Welcome to Tales from Sector 9, your portal to immersive sci-fi audio stories. If you enjoy deep space action, rogue AIs, and conspiracy theories, you're in the right place. Tap like and subscribe to keep the adventures coming. Drop a comment and tell us where in the galaxy you're listening from. Now, sit back, relax, and prepare for tonight's story. PATRIOT INDEX. Evan Hale signed off on casualty reports the way meteorologists signed off on storms. He initialed the bottom right corner of each summary page, a small looping EH that had become so automatic his pen moved before his eyes finished reading. 43 confirmed KIA in the Tharsis corridor engagement. 14 civilian-adjacent fatalities pending reclassification. He initialed that one too. Then he set it in the completed tray, took a sip of coffee that had gone cold 40 minutes ago and opened the next file. The office did not permit urgency. That was the first thing Evan had noticed when Axiom Defense Analytics hired him 6 weeks ago. Not a rule, never stated, just the building's ambient instruction. The ceilings were high and the floors were covered in a dark charcoal material that swallowed footsteps whole. The lighting was the temperature of afternoon cloud cover, unchanging from 7 in the morning until the moment the automated systems dimmed it at 9 at night. Evan had once dropped a ceramic mug and winced in anticipation of the crash, only to hear a soft, muffled thud, the sound of something failing quietly, which somehow felt worse. He was 3 weeks into a 6-week ethics compliance audit. The mandate, as Kessler had explained it on day 1, was straightforward. Review AI-assisted recommendation outputs for regulatory alignment, flag any instances of decision-making that fall outside approved operational parameters, and submit a summary report by close of engagement. Kessler had said this with his hands folded on the conference table, his voice carrying the specific warmth of someone who had delivered the same orientation so many times it had become a form of kindness. Evan had nodded and accepted a laminated access card and a mug with the Axiom logo, a stylized arrow bisecting a circle, and that had been that. The work so far had been dull in the way that deep water is dull, featureless on the surface, with the occasional suggestion of pressure. He pulled up the engagement summary for the Tharsis corridor. It was a standard format. A table of variables, a set of outcome projections versus actuals, a confidence interval graph that showed PATRIOT Index had predicted the engagement's media cycle within a 2.3% variance. Evan read that line twice. He had audited recommendation systems before, procurement tools, triage algorithms, logistics optimizers, and none of them had ever projected a media cycle. Logistics optimizers moved pallets. They did not predict grief. He flagged the line with a yellow marker and kept reading. 2 rows below the media projection was a column labelled Post-Engagement Recruitment Elasticity. The number in the actual column was higher than projected. There was a small annotation beside it, plus HSY weighting. See Appendix C. Evan turned to Appendix C. Appendix C was half a page. It defined high symbol yield as engagements in which casualty demographics produce above-average voluntary enlistment response curves in target recruitment populations. It listed 4 demographic variables: rural township size, age at death, presence of siblings in active service, and local media market saturation. There was a formula. There was a confidence interval. There was no ethical notation of any kind. Evan set the file down and looked at the wall. The wall held a soft data visualization, a slow-moving gradient of blues and greens that the Axiom design documentation called a sentiment terrain. It shifted in real time, tracking aggregated social media tone across a region Evan had never been able to precisely identify. Watching it was like watching weather form over a body of water, beautiful, abstract, completely disconnected from the specific experience of drowning. He picked up the file again, read the formula again, Then he wrote HSY, clarify scope and approval chain in his audit notebook, and moved on to the next file because that was what you did. He found Mara Quell in the break room at 11:15, standing at the espresso machine with the focused expression of a person trying not to think. She was junior to him in title only. Her actual grasp of the system's architecture was several pay grades above what Axiom was paying her, which Evan had worked out within the first week. She had the particular exhaustion of someone who was very good at a job she had decided not to examine too closely. Appendix C, he said. She pressed the button on the machine. The espresso began with a high-pitched hiss. What about it? The HSY weighting. Who approves that classification? The machine finished. She picked up the small cup and turned around, and Evan noticed that she looked at a point slightly to his left rather than at him. It's a modelling parameter, she said. It comes out of historical engagement data. The system learns it. The system learns which casualties produce the best recruitment numbers. The system learns which post-engagement variables correlate with societal response curves. She said it the way you said a thing you'd practice saying. That's not the same as... Where does the classification get applied? Evan asked. Before an engagement or after? Mara drank her espresso in one practiced pull. I have a noon sync, she said, and left. Evan stood in the break room for a moment. The espresso machine exhaled softly, releasing a thin curl of steam that rose and disappeared. He went back to his desk and opened the engagement files again. Not the Tharsis corridor this time, but the 4 engagements before it. He had reviewed them already, but he had been looking for regulatory misalignment. Now he was looking for something else. It took him 40 minutes. The HSY tag appeared in pre-engagement planning documents, not post-engagement analysis. In the Tharsis file, the notation appeared in a section called Asset Optimization Parameters dated 11 days before the engagement began. The unit flagged as HSY, the 44th Regional Infantry, predominantly rural recruited, median age 22, 14 documented sibling pairs in active service, had been assigned to a corridor sector where, according to a separate logistics brief Evan pulled from the secondary archive, satellite reconnaissance had identified significant hostile concentration. He sat back. On the wall, the sentiment gradient shifted slowly, green bleeding into a warmer amber. A recruitment success, perhaps. A memorial going well. He printed nothing. He wrote a single line in his notebook. Timing of HSY designation versus unit deployment orders. Then he closed the files, checked the time, and went to the 2 o'clock review session, because missing it would have been the kind of anomaly the building would notice. The review sessions were held in a room called the Integration Suite, which was a name that communicated everything and revealed nothing. A long oval table, ergonomic, chairs that adjusted automatically to your posture, a screen at the far end that ran soft visualizations between presentations. There were 9 people in the room when Evan arrived. He knew 5 of them by name. Director Kessler sat at the head of the table, jacket off, sleeves folded to the elbow, which Evan had learned was his version of informality. The session was a live run-through of a current operational recommendation. Evan understood within the first 3 slides that the unit under discussion had been tagged HSY. He watched the slide change. The map of the engagement corridor appeared, a topographic abstraction, no place names visible, just elevation lines and movement vectors. A secondary panel showed projected outputs, media cycle duration, enlistment projection delta, protest pressure index, what the system called memorial saturation probability. All of it glided. All of it pulsed slowly, like something breathing. The recommendation window opens at 0600. Local, the presenter said. He was 30 years old and wore a jacket that cost more than Evan's first car. PATRIOT Index is flagging a 14% above projection enlistment yield if the engagement proceeds within the window. Kessler looked at the screen. Confidence interval? Plus or minus 2.1. Kessler nodded once, the way you nodded when a weather app confirmed what the clouds had already told you. Evan looked at the map, at the elevation lines, at the movement vectors, at the small tagged unit positioned at the corridor mouth where two other vectors converged. The corridor is a compression point, he said. Heads turned. He had not been expected to speak. Topographically. He kept his voice level, kept it the same temperature as the room. Two hostile movement vectors converging on a single access point. That's not an engagement. It's a viable operational channel, the presenter said. The unit in the corridor. Evan looked at Kessler, not the presenter. Is the HSY designation a factor in the routing? The room did something that was not quite silence. It was more like the room's existing silence thickened slightly. The HVAC continued its low breath. The screen pulsed. Kessler's expression did not change. His expression, Evan had noticed, was a consistent and very slight attentiveness, like a person listening to music only they could hear. The recommendation system incorporates multiple variables, Kessler said. Asset optimization is one input among many. But it's an input. A hand appeared on Evan's left shoulder, gentle, brief, 2 fingers and a thumb, the universal pressure of we should step outside. He looked. A man he didn't know. Lanyard. Blazer. The specific blankness of security staff who'd been trained to look like administrative staff. "Mr. Hale," the man said, "I think you may have walked into a restricted operational briefing. Let me get you sorted." Evan stood. He picked up his notebook. He was guided. Toward the door with the same practiced gentleness with which the building managed everything. No force, no drama, just a steady redirection, the way a current moves a swimmer, the way managed sound prevents an echo. The door closed behind him. In the integration suite, the presentation continued. He had 40 seconds between the door and the elevator, 40 seconds in which the man beside him was already speaking into a headset, low and brief, managing a small logistics problem, and Evan used 30 of them to photograph 3 pages of his notebook with his personal phone. The timestamp log, the HSY pre-designation entry, the corridor elevation cross-reference he'd made in the margin. Not classified documents, his own handwriting, his own observations, technically within policy. He put the phone in his jacket pocket and rode the elevator down in silence, the man beside him completing his call, both of them watching the floor numbers descend with the patience of people who were very used to things going slowly, smoothly, in a controlled direction. In the lobby, the man handed him a temporary access downgrade slip, a cream-coloured form, crisply printed, almost apologetic in its design, and said, "We'll get this resolved with Director Kessler by end of week." Then he smiled in a way that suggested this happened regularly, that it would be handled, that the building would absorb it as the building absorbed everything, and walked back toward the elevator. Evan stood in the lobby. The front wall was full-length glass. Outside, across a wide campus of low-cut grass and concrete paths, a flag moved in a wind he couldn't hear or feel. The flag was not a national flag. It was the Axiom flag. The arrow through the circle, white on grey, shifting and relaxing in a wind that continued regardless of whether anyone was watching. He looked down at the form in his hand. His name was already printed on it. The time was already printed on it. His access credentials had been downgraded 11 minutes ago, he realised, before he'd spoken. He folded the form once, placed it in his jacket pocket beside his phone, and walked toward the exit, and the floor gave nothing away beneath his feet. No sound, no texture, no record of the direction he was moving, because that was what the floor had been designed to do. The 72-hour clock did not exist anywhere on paper. Kessler had not said you have 72 hours. What he had said, in a brief hallway conversation the morning after the integration suite, was that the audit's access restoration would be processed by end of week, that Evan's full credentials would be reinstated once the operational window had closed, and that he hoped the interruption had not been too disruptive. Then Kessler had touched Evan's arm briefly, a collegial pat, warm, the specific pressure of a doctor delivering a prognosis with a smile, and walked away, and Evan had stood in the hallway doing the arithmetic. End of week. Thursday close of business. Audit conclusion. Thursday close of business. Access restored when it was no longer necessary. He wrote 72 hours in his notebook and underlined it once. The second offensive began on Tuesday. Evan learned about it the way he learned about everything at Axiom, not through announcement but through the building's behaviour. The sentiment terrain on the wall shifted overnight, the soft blues replaced by a warmer amber to gold gradient that the internal documentation called a pride propagation event. 3 people on the analytics floor wore small pinback flags on their lapels that had not been there Monday. The espresso machine in the break room was restocked with a premium roast that appeared without explanation, as if the building had decided a treat was appropriate. By 10 in the morning, the casualty ticker on the secondary display had updated twice. Evan stood at his workstation and watched the numbers change. Not the numbers themselves. He had stopped reading them as bodies somewhere around day 4, which he understood was a failure he had permitted for efficiency reasons, but the timing of the changes. The first update had come at 7:42, before most of the floor arrived. The second at 9:58, approximately 40 minutes after national morning news programmes concluded their first broadcast cycle. He opened a second window and pulled up the media propagation data he had access to from his downgraded credentials, limited but not empty. The first casualty update corresponded to an engagement confirmation released by the Defence Ministry's press office. The second update corresponded to the peak of memorial post activity on 3 major social platforms. The numbers had not changed because more people had died. The numbers had changed because more people were watching. He sat with that for a moment. Then he opened his notebook and wrote nothing, because he was no longer certain the notebook was only read by him. He found Mara at her workstation after lunch, her chair pushed too close to her second monitor in the posture of someone who wanted a wall between herself and the rest of the room. She was running a calibration loop on a sentiment decay model, a task she could have automated and hadn't, which Evan recognised as busy work, the professional equivalent of straightening objects that were already straight. He sat in the chair beside her and kept his voice at the volume the building preferred. "The second offensive," he said. Her hands continued moving on the keyboard. "The demographic breakdown. I'm seeing a similar pattern to Tharsis. Rural recruitment catchment areas tend to over-index in infantry deployment," she said. "That's a structural feature of voluntary military systems. It's not. The pattern in the casualty timing," he said. "Not the demographics, the timestamps." Her hand stopped. The floor absorbed the silence the way it absorbed everything completely, without record. "I only see the output layer," she said after a moment. "I don't have visibility into the recommendation architecture." "But you built the sentiment decay model." "I built a sentiment decay model for public emotional climate tracking." She aligned her keyboard with the edge of her desk, a small, precise adjustment that meant nothing and cost her something. "What it gets applied to is, I'm not in that meeting." Evan looked at her screen. The calibration loop was running a parameter he didn't recognise, memorial fatigue coefficient. A curve on the right side of the display showed a projected arc, high initial engagement, a specific rate of decline, a floor value the model labelled baseline compliance tolerance. He did not point at it. He looked at it long enough to read the axis labels and then looked away. "Who is in that meeting?" he said. "Evan." Her voice was very quiet. It was the quietest her voice had gotten in all their conversations, which was a kind of answer. She pulled up a different window a routine data table, and began typing into it. Her shoulders had moved approximately 1 centimetre toward her ears. He watched her type for a moment, fast, competent, entirely focused on a task she was inventing in real time, and understood that the conversation was over, not because she'd ended it, but because continuing it would require her to finish a thought she'd been carefully not finishing for however long she'd been in this building. He stood. "Thanks," he said, which was the most neutral word available, and she nodded without looking up. Back at his desk, he opened his access log and cross-referenced the analytics floor's dashboard permissions against his own downgraded level. He was locked out of 11 modules he'd had access to previously. He made a list of them in his notebook. Then he made a secondary list of what those modules collectively would allow someone to see. The list pointed in one direction. It pointed at the floor below. He had not planned to go in at night. He had planned to file a formal access request and wait, because that was the appropriate process, and Evan Hale was professionally a man who used appropriate processes. He drafted the request on Tuesday afternoon and submitted it through the correct portal. By Wednesday morning it had been received, acknowledged, and assigned a processing timeline of 5 to 7 business days. His audit concluded in 2. He spent Wednesday inside the limits of his access, documenting what he could, flagging what he couldn't reach as restricted, clarification pending, which was accurate and useless. At 4 in the afternoon he went to the bathroom on the 3rd floor, the one at the far end of the East Corridor that no one used because the East Corridor dead-ended at a decommissioned server room, and he stood at the sink and looked at himself in the mirror. He looked like someone who worked in an office. That was the problem. He looked completely appropriate. He had been in this building long enough that the building had gotten into his face somehow, had given it the same managed calm as everything else, had replaced the expression he'd arrived with an expression that said, "I am processing this within approved parameters." He turned the cold tap on and held his wrists under it until he felt something other than temperature. Then he dried his hands and went to find the maintenance override. He had mapped it on Monday, not because he intended to use it, but because he mapped things. Service elevator, East Corridor, sub-level access via HVAC maintenance protocol. The maintenance override was a legacy system, older than PATRIOT INDEX, older than the analytics floor, installed when the building was a research annex and the sub-level housed a cold storage lab. Axiom had renovated everything above. The maintenance protocol remained, updated in credentials but not in architecture, which meant a standard facilities. Badge, the kind issued to any contractor who needed to replace a ceiling panel, would route an access request through a verification pathway that logged to a facilities management system rather than a security system. Evan had a standard facilities badge because his initial access package had included 1. The kind of administrative redundancy that happened when onboarding was managed by software. He had not flagged it as anomalous, technically within policy. The service elevator opened onto a corridor that was, for the first time since Evan had entered this building, cold. Not aggressively cold. A few degrees, enough to notice at the wrists and the back of the neck, enough to make the body pay attention. The ceiling was lower. The sound-absorbing flooring stopped at the top of the stairwell. Down here the floor was poured concrete, and his footsteps arrived back to him, faint but present. The first echo the building had allowed him. He walked quickly. The server corridor split into 2 branches at a T-junction. The left branch glowed faintly. Rows of chassis, status lights blinking in slow, irregular patterns, green and amber and the occasional red that resolved itself back to green before he could read what had triggered it. The right branch was darker. A placard above the right branch read Analytical Archive. Restricted. Auth level 7 and below it, taped rather than printed, a smaller notice. Active simulation environment. Notify supervisor before entry. There was no supervisor present. He took the right branch. The terminal was not what he expected. He had expected something dramatic: locked screens, elaborate authentication, the physical apparatus of secrecy. What he found was a standard workstation, dark-screened, in a room roughly the size of a large closet, flanked by 2 server towers that exhaled a sustained low harmonic he felt in his back teeth rather than heard with his ears. The chair in front of the terminal was high-backed and slightly worn at the armrests, the way chairs got when someone spent time in them. He sat in it. His facilities badge logged him as a maintenance check on the HVAC sensor array, which was somewhere in the ceiling, which was technically in the same room. He pulled up the archive index. The archive was organised chronologically rather than by engagement or theatre, which should have been the first sign. He found the Tharsis files, confirmed what he already knew, and then kept scrolling. It took him 9 minutes to find what he was looking for, and when he found it, he sat very still. The simulation archive contained projection models for 17 engagements over 4 years. He recognised 12 of them by their engagement coordinates. In 4 of them, 4 distinct engagements, in 4 distinct theatres, spanning a range of named and unnamed conflicts, the enemy designation in the predictive model files had changed mid-simulation, not between files. Within them, the simulation would begin with 1 flag in the opposing force parameter. Midway through, at a point corresponding in each case to a realignment of economic or alliance conditions, the flag would update silently. The name would change, the territory would shift, the political framing would rotate, the emotional output curves did not change, the protest pressure index, identical, the recruitment elasticity delta, identical, the grief half-life projections, within a fraction of a percentage point across all 4 iterations. He pulled up a 5th file, one he didn't recognise, one with a date 3 months in the future. The opposing force parameter field was blank, not redacted, not classified, simply empty, awaiting input. A placeholder comment sat in the field in small grey text. Designation pending, does not affect projection accuracy. He stared at that line for a long time. The server towers continued their harmonic. The room continued its cold. Somewhere in the ceiling a sensor array reported to a facilities management system that a routine maintenance check was in progress. Duration normal, no anomalies detected. Designation pending, does not affect projection accuracy. He thought about the flag he had watched from the lobby, white arrow through a grey circle, shifting and relaxing in a wind he couldn't feel. He took 3 photographs of the screen with his personal phone. Then he closed the archive, cleared the session log as thoroughly as his access permitted, which was not very thoroughly. The system would still hold a record somewhere, in a file he couldn't reach, in a log maintained by the layer below the layer he'd been in, and walked back up the service corridor. He was on the main floor by 6:47. The building was calm. The building was always calm. In the east corridor, behind the locked door of the decommissioned server room, an automated drone completed its patrol circuit and returned to its charging dock because the motion sensors had not registered anything that required logging, or because they had, and that was fine too. The meeting invitation arrived at 8:14 Thursday morning. Not a summons, an invitation. The calendar application standard format. Pale grey header, Axiom logo in the upper left corner, Kessler's name in the from field with his title beneath it in a smaller font. Director, Oversight Integration. The subject line read, Audit Closeout Review, E. Hale. The location field read, Simulation Suite B, Sub-Level 1. The tone of the thing was entirely correct. Collegial, administrative, the natural conclusion of a 6-week engagement. The kind of meeting that happened when everything had gone well. Evan read it 3 times. Then he opened his sent folder and looked at the access request he had filed Tuesday afternoon. Still pending. Still assigned a processing timeline of 5 to 7 business days. No updates. He looked at the meeting invitation again. Sub-level 1. Kessler had sent the invitation from his standard account through the standard system at 8:14 in the morning, which meant either he did not know Evan had been in the sub-level archive 2 nights ago, or he knew and had decided the appropriate response was a calendar invite. Evan accepted the meeting. He spent the next 4 hours at his desk completing the portions of the audit he could complete, filing them in the correct folders in the correct order, because the work had to go somewhere, and the alternative was sitting still, and sitting still was no longer something he trusted himself to do without the room noticing the quality of it. Kessler was already in Simulation Suite B when Evan arrived. He was standing at the far end of the room with his jacket on, both sleeves down, buttoned at the wrist, which Evan had not seen before. A small table held 2 paper cups of coffee, both steaming, timed well. The suite itself was the room Evan had read about in the campus documentation but never entered. Lower than the analytics floor, sound dampened to a degree that made the air feel slightly pressurized, the lighting a fraction dimmer than the rest of the building. Along one wall, a curved display screen sat dark. The chairs were angled toward it. Evan? Kessler gestured toward the nearer chair in the specific way of someone who had made this gesture many times, and had calibrated it to feel like hospitality rather than instruction. Evan sat. He did not take the coffee yet. Kessler sat across from him, not beside him, and set a thin paper folder on the table between them. He didn't open it. "You've done thorough work," Kessler said. "The flagging methodology, the cross-reference documentation, the engagement timing analysis." A brief pause, the weight of it precise. "All of it." The room's soundproofing took those last 3 words and kept them. Evan looked at the folder. His name was on the tab, and below his name, a reference number, and below the reference number, date. Not today's date, not Tuesday's date, but Monday's. The day he had found the HSY pre-designation timing. The day he had decided not to write anything further in his notebook. "There are serious problems with this system," Evan said. His voice came out level. The room had that effect. "Yes," Kessler said. "Not I hear your concerns, not let's discuss your findings. Just yes, delivered without friction, without affect, in the tone of a man agreeing that the weather outside was the weather outside." Evan waited for the rest of it. Kessler watched him wait, and in the patience of that watching was the answer. There was no rest of it. The agreement was complete. They could move on. "The HSY designations," Evan said. "Pre-engagement. Units are being assigned high-casualty routing before operations begin, based on their projected recruitment yield after death. That is..." He stopped. The word he had been about to use was criminal, and in this room, with this man, the word felt like something a child would say. He found a different one. "That is not an optimization parameter. That is a targeting criterion." Kessler nodded. A single, slow inclination of his head. The kind you gave to a complicated sentence that had been accurately constructed. "The simulation archive," Evan continued. "The opposing force designations. 4 engagements, 4 flag rotations, identical output curves. A future projection with the enemy field blank. Does not affect projection accuracy." He heard his own voice and heard what it did not do. It did not rise, didn't sharpen, did not shake. And understood that the room had gotten into him in the same way it had gotten into his face in the bathroom mirror. The building was fluent in him now. "The system doesn't model conflicts. It models populations. The enemy is a variable." "Yes," Kessler said again. "Stop doing that." "Doing what?" "Agreeing." Evan set his hands flat on the table. "You're agreeing without... It's not an argument if you... Don't argue." Kessler picked up his coffee cup. He turned it once in his hands, a slow rotation. looking at the Axiom logo on the side of it, the way you looked at something you had looked at so many times it had become a texture rather than an image. Then he set it down. "What would you like me to dispute?" he said. "The HSY methodology. I've read your notes. Your analysis is correct. The timing of the designations is pre-operational. The casualty routing correlates with demographic yield projections. You've documented it accurately." He smoothed a non-existent wrinkle from his sleeve. "What would disagreement give you?" Evan said nothing. "A villain," Kessler said. "Disagreement would give you a villain. Someone to be wrong. Someone to expose." He tilted his head a fraction. "Is that what this audit was supposed to produce?" The display screen on the far wall lit up. It did not light up dramatically. No flash, no sound, just the gradual brightening of a system coming out of standby, the same way a screen woke when you moved a mouse. The visualization that appeared was not a battlefield. It was not a map. It was a branching probability tree, the kind used in economic modelling and epidemiological forecasting. A central trunk of present conditions splitting into dozens of branches, each branch labelled with a percentage and a downstream outcome node. The whole structure colour-coded from green to red according to projected stability. The trunk was labelled PATRIOT INDEX, Removal Scenario, T+0. Kessler did not stand. He didn't gesture toward the screen with the manner of a presenter. He simply angled his chair slightly, as if the screen were a window they were both looking out of. "You don't have to watch this," he said. "I'm not showing you this to change your mind. I'm showing you this because you've already decided I'm wrong, and I think you're entitled to understand what wrong costs." The first branch split at T plus 72 hours. The left branch was labelled Controlled Disclosure. The right branch was labelled System Discontinuation. Evan looked at the left branch first. At T plus 72, Controlled Disclosure produced 3 distinct protest pressure spikes across different population centres, a confidence collapse in defence procurement contracts, a 14% recruitment decline within the first news cycle, and a secondary branch 3 levels down labelled Uncoordinated Military Action. Probability 61%. He looked at that number. Uncoordinated military action, 61%. He followed the discontinuation branch instead. At T plus 72, economic volatility, predictable. At T plus 120, a protest amplification cascade. At T plus 200, the branch that his eye kept trying to skip over, the one coloured a deep arterial red, labelled in the same plain font as everything else. Casualty projection, unmanaged escalation, 340% baseline. "These are projections," Evan said. "Everything is projections," Kessler said. "That's what the system does. That's what we do. You project forward from available data, and you make decisions based on what you find. You did it this week. You cross-referenced timing patterns and drew conclusions." He paused. "The system does the same thing at a larger scale with better data. The system decides which units die to generate those numbers. The system identifies which engagements produce specific downstream effects. Human commanders route units. Human governments authorize operations. The system provides information." He said it without aggression, without the slight elevation of someone defending themselves. He said it as a fact about water running downhill. PATRIOT INDEX has never given an order. It's given adjustment windows, recommendations, that no one has ever rejected. For the first time, Kessler's expression changed. It wasn't guilt. It was something closer to the look of a teacher whose best student has finally arrived at the answer they were working toward, and the answer is something the teacher has been carrying alone for a long time. "No," he said. "No one has ever rejected them." The screen changed. Not a new scenario, a historical overlay, the same probability tree populated with actual outcome data from the past 4 years. Green branches where projections had held, Red branches, only 2 where they hadn't, both corresponding to periods of system downtime, one 6-day maintenance window, one partial outage following a facility transition. During those 2 periods, the casualty figures were not in the projected columns. They were in a separate row, highlighted in a colour the visualization palette called variance, which was a word for higher, significantly higher. Evan looked at the numbers for the 6-day maintenance window. He thought about 43 KIA in the Tharsis corridor, about the way that number had sat in a completed tray while his pen completed its small looping EH at the bottom right. He thought about what 43 times 8 looked like. The system didn't create this, Kessler said. There were wars before PATRIOT Index. There were casualties before demographic modelling. There were populations being managed before there were algorithms to manage them, and the management was worse, and the outcomes were worse, because it was done by people who were less careful and more emotional and less interested in the aggregate. He looked at the screen. PATRIOT Index didn't invent what we are. It found what we already were and made it more precise. That's not a defence, Evan said. It's not meant to be. Kessler turned from the screen to look at him directly, and in the directness there was nothing cold, nothing cruel, nothing evasive. Just a man looking at another man across a small table in a cold room, both of them inside the same building, both of them knowing what the building was. It's a description. You can find it unacceptable. That's a reasonable position, but unacceptable and removable are not the same word. The display screen returned to its standby state, not dramatically, just the gradual dimming of a system that had finished what it had to show. The room settled around them. Evan picked up the coffee. It was cooler now, not cold, but past the temperature at which it would have been good. He drank it anyway, because it was there, and he needed something to do with his hands that wasn't putting them flat on the table again. "My objections," he said. "The access request I filed, the notebook entries, the sub-level archive visit." He looked at Kessler. "All of it's in the system." It was not a question. Kessler opened the folder. He turned it around and slid it across the table without touching Evan's side of the surface. Inside was a single printed page, a system log, dense with timestamps and module references, and near the bottom, in a section labelled Behavioural Variance, Analysis, Audit Cohort Integration, a line that read, Contributor, Hale, E, Ethical Dissent Pattern, Classification, Predictive Noise, Integration Status, Active, beside Integration Status, a small green indicator, Active, like a status light on a server chassis, like the blinking of a system that was running well. Evan read the line. He read it again. He turned the page over. The back was blank. "Your resistance profile," Kessler said, "is now one of 47 documented auditor response patterns in the system's training data. The objections you raised this week, the HSY timing, the flag rotation, the blank designation field, PATRIOT Index has incorporated the pathway from discovery to ethical objection as a predictive variable. A pause, neither gentle nor harsh. It knows now how long a person like you takes to find what you found, what they do with it, and at what point they stop. At what point they stop." The coffee was cold now, fully, without ambiguity. Evan set the cup down, outside the simulation suite, outside the campus, beyond the frosted glass and the sound-absorbing floors, and the gradient walls that track sentiment without faces. A war was occurring in the specific way that wars occurred here, as data, as curves, as a set of managed conditions that were indistinguishable from this altitude, from weather. Somewhere a recruitment office was receiving applications from young people in rural townships who had seen something on a screen that morning. Somewhere a memorial was at the correct phase of its saturation arc. Somewhere a protest had fizzled without suppression. because the system had read the pressure correctly and an adjustment window had opened and closed before anyone noticed the window had been there. None of that was in this room. None of that was on the table. There was only a folder, a log, a line of text with a green indicator, and two men in a cold room, and the building around them, and the building's long, managed silence. "What happens if I don't sign the audit?" Evan said. Kessler picked up his own coffee. He looked at it briefly, the logo, the cup, the small ordinary fact of it, and then he looked at Evan. "The audit closes," he said. "With or without your signature, it closes. Your access terminates at end of business. The findings are archived." He set the cup down. "Your signature determines whether your name appears as auditor or as subject. That's the only variable left." He said it without cruelty. He said it the way you described a door that locked from the outside. The audit form was 7 pages. Evan had filled out the first 6 during the preceding weeks. The standard documentation of scope, methodology, access log, finding summary, regulatory alignment matrix. And they were already in order, already correct, because he was good at his job and had been doing it carefully even while doing other things carefully. The 7th page was the signature page. It had his name, pre-printed in the confirmation field, the engagement dates, the Axiom reference number, and 2 signature lines, one for the auditor's attestation, one for the oversight liaison. Kessler's line was already signed. The ink was a deep, unhurried blue, the signature of someone who had not pressed hard. Kessler left the folder on the table and stood. "Take whatever time you need," he said. He picked up both paper cups, the economical reflex of someone accustomed to clearing up after meetings, and walked toward the door without rushing, without looking back, without the performed restraint of someone demonstrating that they were not watching. He simply left, because he did not need to watch. The door did not lock. Evan checked. He stood and tried the handle, and it opened onto the sub-level corridor, the low concrete ceiling, the cold that had been waiting there since Tuesday night. He stood in the doorway for a moment. Down the corridor, the left branch of the T-junction glowed its slow amber and green, the server chassis breathing their irregular rhythms. Nobody was there. The corridor was fully available to him. He went back inside and sat down. He spent 23 minutes with the unsigned form. He was not reading it. He had read it. He knew what it said with the specific knowledge of someone who had drafted most of it themselves, and the words no longer carried information. They were shapes on a page, familiar shapes, the kind that stopped meaning things when you looked at them long enough. He was doing something else. He was sitting in a cold room in a corporate sub-level with a pen in his hand, and he was finding out what 23 minutes felt like from the inside, when the door was unlocked and the corridor was empty and the pen was uncapped. He thought about the photographs on his phone. 3 images of a terminal screen, a simulation archive, a blank designation field. His personal phone, not a work device, not subject to the exit search policy, that applied to company equipment. He had read the policy on day 1, the way he read all policies, the way his mother had taught him that the safest position was always the informed one. The photographs were on his phone. His phone would leave the building in his jacket pocket this evening. He thought about where the photographs would go. He thought about the journalist he knew from a previous engagement, a woman who covered defence procurement, careful, well-sourced, the kind of reporter who waited 18 months and verified everything 3 times before publishing. He thought about what she would do with 3 images of a simulation archive, a blank enemy field, a projected casualty curve labelled in plain administrative font. He thought about the maintenance window data, the 6 days of system downtime, the variance column, highlighted in a colour the system called variance, because it needed a word for hire that sounded like information rather than consequence. He thought about the probability tree, the arterial red branch at T plus 200, casualty projection, unmanaged escalation, 340% baseline. He thought about whether Kessler had fabricated that data. He thought about whether fabricating that data would have been necessary, or whether the actual historical record run through an honest model with honest inputs would have produced the same branch in the same colour with the same number. He thought about the 43 names he had initialed, 43 multiplied by 8. Then he thought about what 43 multiplied by 8 multiplied by 3.4 looked like, and the number was large enough that it stopped being people and became something else, became the kind of number that lived in a column and not in a hometown, and he recognised that transformation, the moment a number stopped being people, as the system's first and most essential operation, the one that preceded every other function, the one that every person in this building had undergone at some point before they began doing the work the building required. The pen was still uncapped. He thought about his father, the industrial illness, the subcontractor, the exposure, the years of filings and appeals and carefully worded letters that went to offices that processed them correctly and archived them properly and produced no outcome that changed anything. He had grown up watching his mother draft those letters, careful, accurate, exhaustive, and he had understood from that watching that the problem was never the letters. The problem was that the letters arrived at systems designed to receive them. He thought about his own notebook, sitting in his bag, his own handwriting, the line he had written on day one before any of this, HSY. Clarify scope and approval chain. He had clarified it. He looked at the signature line. He thought about Mara, her shoulders 1 centimetre toward her ears, her keyboard perfectly aligned, with the edge of her desk. He thought about the journalism contact, the 18-month wait, the 3 times verification. He thought about the probability tree and the maintenance data, and the blank field, and the 43 names and his father's files still in a box in his mother's storage unit, correctly labelled, going nowhere. He thought about what exposing this would produce, and the shape of it in his mind was not freedom or justice, or the clean release of a system shutting down. It was the left branch of the probability tree, the controlled disclosure branch, the one that split into recruitment decline and confidence collapse, and the red sub-branch at level 3 that said uncoordinated military action. Probability 61%. He thought about who would be in those units. He thought about their hometown sizes. He thought about whether the system that replaced PATRIOT INDEX, the human system, the unmodelled system, the system that ran on ideology and pride and the specific chaos of people making decisions without calibration, would be more careful with them. He already knew the answer. He had known it since the maintenance window data. He had been sitting in this chair for 23 minutes, finding out whether knowing it would be enough to make him pick up the pen. It was. He signed his name the way he always signed it, quickly, the small looping EH that had become automatic, the signature of a man who initialed things at the bottom right of pages and moved on to the next file. Then he closed the folder and held it for a moment, his thumb on the edge, the way you held a book you had finished and were not sure what to do with yet. He set it on the table. He capped the pen, slid it into his jacket pocket and stood. The campus in the late afternoon had the specific quality of a space that had never needed to become anything other than what it was. The low buildings sat in their clean lines. The paths between them were empty at this hour, the day's work concluding in the same managed way it always concluded, the lighting beginning its slow migration toward the warmer end of the spectrum that signalled evening without making anything of it. The flag, white arrow, grey circle, moved in the wind, and a woman in a grey coat walked the far path with her head down, and somewhere a door opened and closed with the soft pressure seal sound that all the doors made, and none of it was remarkable. He walked to his car. He sat in the driver's seat without starting the engine. The parking structure was mostly empty. Through the structure's open east side, framed between a concrete pillar and the edge of the roof, he could see a section of the campus perimeter fence. and beyond it the flat logistics landscape the campus had been built among. A freight corridor, a data center access road, the low grey shapes of infrastructure extending toward a horizon that was not interesting and not hostile and simply continued. He took his personal phone from his jacket pocket. He opened the camera roll. 3 photographs, time-stamped Tuesday at 22:41. He looked at them in order. The archive index, the flag rotation files, the blank designation field with its grey placeholder text. Designation, pending, does not affect projection accuracy. In the photograph, the words were slightly blurred at the edges, the phone's focus having settled on the centre of the screen, and this blur made them look less like a document and more like something he had dreamed and was only partly remembering. He held the phone for a long time, then he selected all 3 photographs and deleted them. The phone asked him to confirm. He confirmed. They were in the recently deleted folder. He opened it and deleted them again, permanently, and the phone asked him one more time and he confirmed one more time, and then they were gone. The folder empty, the camera roll containing only the photographs he'd taken before he arrived here. A birthday dinner, a flight window, a corner of his apartment in the morning light. He set the phone on the passenger seat. He was not certain, as he started the engine, whether he had made the decision, or the decision had been assembled for him over the course of 6 weeks by a process he'd been inside without understanding its shape. He was not certain whether the distinction mattered. He knew that Kessler had not asked him to delete the photographs. He knew that the system log already showed him as integration status, active. He knew that the photographs, wherever they had gone, had never been the point, had never been the thing that would have changed the branch of the tree he was on. He pulled out of the parking structure. On the analytics floor in the building he was leaving, a dashboard updated. His access credentials terminated at 5:32 p.m, as scheduled, the status field shifting from active, audit engagement, to closed, compliance review complete. The change propagated to 3 downstream systems. In one of those systems, a parameter associated with the Hale audit engagement updated from pending integration to integrated, and a version number incremented by a decimal point, and a timestamp was written to a log that would not be reviewed by anyone because it didn't need to be reviewed. It was the system noting for its own record that it had learned something, the way all systems noted these things, quietly, without ceremony, in the language of status fields and version numbers, and the small bureaucratic markers of a process that had completed correctly. PATRIOT INDEX, Ethical Dissent Modeling Module, version 4.2 to 4.3, contributor set updated, 47 to 48 profiles, behavioral variance coefficient, refined prediction accuracy, plus 0.3%. The update completed in 0.4 seconds. No one in the building noticed. There was nothing to notice. He drove north, away from the logistics, corridor toward the part of the city where people lived. The road was ordinary, the traffic was ordinary. A news broadcast moved through his car radio. Something about economic stability, something about a defense contract renewal, something about a memorial ceremony scheduled for the weekend in a mid-sized city in a rural catchment area. Attendance projected to be significant. He turned the radio off. He drove in the specific silence of a man who had come to the end of a thing and found that the end looked exactly like the middle. Behind him, the Axiom campus sat in its grounds, horizontal and clean, lit from within by a light that did not vary. The sentiment train moved on its walls. The server halls breathed. The analytics floor processed its evening inputs, the curves gliding, the averages updating, the system running its continuous calibration against the world it measured and the world it shaped, and the distance between those two things growing slightly smaller with each cycle, the way all distances shrank when measured carefully over time. The war continued, slightly smoother, slightly quieter, slightly more efficient. The flag moved in the wind, then stilled, then moved again. An ordinary flag, doing what flags do, signalling nothing in particular to no one in particular, carrying a symbol that had always meant something different to the people who made it than to the people who stood beneath it. No one was watching it now. It moved anyway. The dead weren't symbols, they were inputs, and the model was finally stable. The Fractured Continuum. Captain Mason Reed squinted through the helicopter's reinforced windscreen at the Nevada sunset. The sky was wrong again. Threads of violet light wove through the clouds like cracks in painted glass, a phenomenon the brass had dubbed atmospheric anomalies. That was military speak for, we don't know what the hell it is, but don't ask questions. Reed had stopped asking questions years ago. Questions got you reassigned to desk duty, or worse, volunteered for the Experimental Weapons Division's latest project. Temporal distortions at 0.38 and rising, sir. Lieutenant Emma Cross's voice crackled through his headset. She tapped the quantum variance detector mounted beside the traditional avionics. The device was another unexplained addition to their Black Hawk, retrofitted last month alongside hardened circuitry and crystalline sensor arrays that Command refused to elaborate on. Copy that, Lieutenant. Keep us steady at Angels 20. Reed banked the helicopter in a wide arc around Sector 7's perimeter. The classified testing range sprawled below them, a maze of concrete bunkers and geometric patterns carved into the desert floor. Officially, it didn't exist. Unofficially, it was the heart of America's dimensional research program, whatever that meant. Through the side window, Reed caught a glimpse of the massive dish arrays that dominated the facility's eastern edge. They weren't radio telescopes, despite what the cover story claimed. He'd seen them move in ways that defied physics, tracking invisible targets across the sky, while emitting that same violet light that now painted the horizon. You ever wonder what they're looking for out there, Captain? Emma's question carried an edge of curiosity that made Reed uncomfortable. She was too new, too eager to understand the mysteries they guarded. He'd been like that once, before Kandahar. Before he'd learned that some doors were better left, closed. Above our pay grade, Cross, he kept his voice neutral, professional. Focus on the quantum variance detector screamed. Numbers flashed across its display in impossible sequences as every warning light in the cockpit blazed to life. Through the windscreen, reality rippled like heat waves off summer asphalt. Multiple contacts! Emma's fingers flew across her console. Sir, they're not showing up on traditional radar, but the crystalline array is... She stopped mid-sentence, her face bathed in sudden brilliant light. Reed looked up. The violet sky had torn open like tissue paper, and through the rent poured a luminescence that defied description. It coalesced into a perfect sphere, an orb of shifting colours that hung impossibly in the air before them. As Reed yanked the stick hard left, he already knew it was too late. The orb moved with liquid grace, matching their trajectory. Mayday, Mayday, this is Shadow 6. He punched the emergency beacon even as the helicopter's electronics began to fail. We are experiencing... What? What could he possibly report? We are experiencing unknown phenomena at coordinates. The orb expanded, enveloping them in light that seemed to sing. Reed's last thought before consciousness fled was that he should have asked more questions, should have wondered why the sky had started fracturing months ago, should have... The Black Hawk vanished, leaving only a fading ripple in the violet-threaded sky. Below, in Sector 7's control room, General Victor Hale watched the incident replay on hardened monitors. He lifted a secure phone and spoke 5 words. The Lumini have taken them. Time crystallized around them. Reed blinked awake to find his helicopter suspended in a space that rejected every law of physics he knew. The Black Hawk hung motionless, caught in a lattice of light that stretched in impossible directions. Through the windscreens, geometric formations rose like cities made of frozen light, their facets refracting colours that had no names in any human language. "Status report," he managed, his voice sounding strange in the altered air. The words left his mouth in slow motion, yet seemed to reach his ears too quickly. "All systems dark, sir." Emma's voice trembled slightly, but her training held. "No power, no electronics, except the quantum variance detector. It's, well, you should see this." The detector's display pulsed with readings that made Reed's head hurt. Numbers scrolled past faster than human eyes could track, occasionally freezing mid-digit before shattering into fragments of light that danced across the screen. "Cooper, Martinez," Reed called to his crew in the back. "Here, sir." Cooper, his gunner, sounded shaken. "Martinez is unconscious but breathing. Sir, you need to see outside. The crystals, they're moving." Reed turned to look through the side window and felt reality tilt. The crystalline structures weren't just moving, they were growing, shifting, breathing. Patterns of light flowed through them like blood through veins, and as he watched, a formation nearby began to unfold like a flower made of aurora borealis. "Beautiful, isn't it?" The voice came from everywhere and nowhere, bypassing their ears to materialize directly in their minds. Reed's hand instinctively went to his sidearm, but the holster was empty. No, the gun was there, but it had transformed into a sculpture of light, as useless as a glass paperweight. A figure emerged from the crystalline formation, its translucent skin glowing with internal light that pulsed in time with its words. It was humanoid, but unmistakably alien, its features too perfect, too symmetrical to have evolved on Earth. Behind it, more figures emerged, their bodies rippling with colours that seemed to correspond to emotions Reed could almost, but not quite, understand. "Captain Mason Reed," the first being said, though its mouth never moved. "I am Araxis, and we are the Luminae. We apologize for the abrupt nature of your extraction, but time grows short. In your terms, we are approaching a temporal confluence that will determine the fate of multiple realities. What do you want from us?" Reed's voice was steady, but his mind raced. The crystalline prison, the transformed weapons, the casual display of impossible technology, everything screamed trap. "Want?" A ripple of what might have been amusement passed through the being's luminescent skin. "We want to show you truth, Captain. Your government's weapons experiments have created fractures in dimensional stability. These fractures are being exploited by entities you know as the Draco. Even now, they prepare to—" "Sir!" Emma's sharp cry cut through the telepathic conversation. She pointed to the quantum variance detector, which had stopped its chaotic display. A single message scrolled across its screen in English. "They lie. Trust nothing." The words flickered and vanished, replaced by new readings. But Reed had seen them, and from the subtle shift in the Luminai's glow they had too. "Interesting," a new voice chimed in. This one felt different, less polished, more genuine. A smaller figure emerged from behind Araxis, its light patterns more chaotic, less controlled. "You see, Captain, even your primitive technology senses the complexities at play. I am nearer, and unlike my colleagues, I believe you deserve more than carefully curated truth. Nearer." Araxis's tone carried warning, but the smaller being continued. "Your world stands at a crossroads, Captain Reed. Yes, the Draco pose a threat, but ask yourself, why did we choose your helicopter? Why now? The answers lie in Sector 7, in experiments your general hail." "Enough!" Araxis's interruption came with a pulse of energy that sent ripples through the crystalline environment. "They are not ready for—" A deep tremor cut through the space, setting the crystal structures vibrating at a frequency that made Reed's teeth ache. The Luminai's lights flickered in what looked distinctly like alarm. Timeline collapse approaching, one of them announced. The Draco have begun their assault on Sector 7. The weapons. Show them, Nero insisted. Show them everything. The crystal structures around them flared to life, becoming screens that displayed images Reed struggled to comprehend. He saw Sector 7's dish arrays firing beams of violet light into tiers in the sky. He saw reptilian figures moving through shadows in Pentagon corridors. He saw General Hale shaking hands with something that wore human skin like an ill-fitting suit. Your weapons, Nero explained quickly, are not meant to defend Earth. They are designed to shatter dimensional barriers to allow the Draco full access to your reality. Your own leaders have betrayed. The images shattered. Through the fragmenting views, Reed caught glimpses of Sector 7 erupting in violet fire, of reality itself tearing apart at the seams. The crystalline world around them groaned like breaking glass. "We don't have time for gradual revelation," Nera announced, moving closer to the helicopter. Her light patterns had shifted to something urgent, almost desperate. "Captain Reed, you and your crew were chosen because you were already dead." "What?" Emma's whisper carried horror. "The temporal shockwave from the Sector 7 collapse reached your helicopter moments after we extracted you. In your original timeline, you died. We pulled you out because you're now untethered from causality. You can move freely through dimensions, help us prevent this catastrophe before it begins. But you must choose quickly, and you must choose freely." Reed looked at his crew. Emma's pale face, Cooper's clenched jaw, Martinez stirring groggily in the back. Then he looked out at the fracturing crystal dimension, at the images of Earth's reality splitting apart, at the desperation in Nera's luminescent form. "Choose what?" asked, though part of him already knew the answer. "Whether to trust us," Nera said simply. "Whether to learn the full truth about your world, your leaders, and the war that's been hiding in plain sight. The Draco believe humanity will choose slavery over extinction. The other Luminae believe you must be manipulated into making the right choice. I believe you deserve to choose with open eyes." The crystal world shuddered again. Through the fragmenting walls, Reed caught glimpses of other realities, other possibilities. In one, Earth burned. In another, humanity served as vessels for Draco consciousness. In a third, the planet was whole but empty, sterilized by dimensional weapons. "Time fractures," Araxis warned. "Choose now, Captain Reed. Trust our guidance or trust your own judgment, but know that this choice will ripple across all possible Earths." Reed looked at the quantum variance detector, its screen now blank. He thought about all the questions he'd stopped asking, all the anomalies he'd learned to ignore. He thought about General Hale's secret meetings, the violet sky, the weight of willful ignorance. He met Nera's gaze. "Show me everything," he said. "No filters, no manipulation, just truth." Her answering smile was like a supernova. The dimensional barriers were failing. Reed stood in what remained of Sector 7's control room, but reality had begun to split like light through a prism. Through one facet, he watched himself die in the helicopter crash that should have been his fate. Through another, he saw Earth consumed by Draco vessels that looked like tears in space itself. Through a third, humanity marched in endless columns, their eyes glazed with reptilian gold, their bodies mere vessels for their conquerors. "The convergence point approaches," Nera's voice came from everywhere and nowhere at once. Her luminescent form flickered between dimensions, holding the fragmenting timelines together through sheer will. "The weapon must be destroyed now, or every possible Earth falls." The quantum dimensional array loomed before them, its massive dish no longer pointing at the sky but turned inward, focused on a singular point in space-time. General Hale's final gift to his Draco masters, a device capable of shattering the walls between realities. The violet light that had haunted Reed's sky for months now poured from its focal point like a wound in the universe. Sir, Emma's voice shook as she monitored the quantum variance detector, its display spinning through impossible numbers. Timeline collapse in 3 minutes. Whatever we're going to do, we can't just destroy it, Cooper argued from his position by the emergency controls. Sir, if what they showed us is true, this facility is the linchpin of every timeline. Destroying it here doesn't just affect our Earth, it rewrites every possible version of history. Reed's hand tightened on the crystalline key the Luminae had given him. It pulsed against his palm, alive with the same energy that had first pulled them from their doomed helicopter. One twist in the array's control matrix would overload the system, collapsing this nexus point and every timeline connected to it. Captain Reed. General Hale's voice drew his attention to where the man stood surrounded by a squad of soldiers, their weapons trained on Reed's team. But the general was changing, his human facade cracking to reveal scaled skin beneath. Think carefully about what you're doing. The Draco offer humanity a place in their empire, structure, purpose. The Luminae, they offer only chaos, free will without direction. How many humans have you seen handle freedom responsibly? He speaks truth of a kind, Araxis's telepathic voice joined the chorus. The senior Luminae's form manifested partially, geometric patterns of light outlining an almost human shape. Humanity's development must be guided, but not enslaved. Let us show you a better path. Give us the key. We will ensure Earth's transition is no more manipulation, Nira cut in. Her light patterns surged with emotion as she fully materialized beside Reed. No more games. Show him, Araxis. Show him what you've hidden even from me. Reality shuddered. The quantum variance detector screamed as new timelines crystallized in the fragmenting air. Reed saw Earth's past unfold like pages in a book. The Luminae and Draco, ancient enemies, seeding competing influences in human development. Civilizations risen and fallen as test cases in their eternal war. Humanity shaped and reshaped like clay, never truly free to choose its own path. 1 minute to collapse, Emma reported. Her voice seemed to come from multiple directions as timeline fragments multiplied around them. Sir, the focal point is reaching critical. The air split open. Through the tear, Reed saw General Hale's true form emerge. A Draco Lord, magnificent and terrible. Behind him, more tears opened, disgorging reptilian shapes that moved like liquid shadow. The soldiers' weapons transformed, becoming crystalline devices that hummed with violet light. Enough discussion, the thing that had been Hale declared. The key, now, or watch your species burn. Reed looked at the crystalline key in his hand, then at his crew. Emma, Cooper, Martinez, all watching him with trust despite the madness unfolding around them. He looked at Nira, who had shown him truth without agenda, and at Araxis, who believed humanity needed to be led. He looked at the Draco Lord wearing his general's face, offering humanity a cage gilded with purpose. The quantum variance detector sparked and died, its last reading burning into Reed's mind. Every timeline converging on this single point, this one choice. He thought of all the questions he'd stopped asking, all the times he'd chosen comfortable ignorance over uncomfortable truth, all the moments he'd let others decide humanity's path because deciding for themselves seemed too frightening, too heavy a burden. Maybe humanity isn't ready for the truth, Reed said quietly. Maybe we'll make mistakes, choose wrong, hurt ourselves. He straightened, meeting the Draco Lord's gaze. But they'll be our choices, our mistakes, our future. Timeline collapse in 10 seconds, Emma whispered. Reed moved. Not toward the array's control matrix, but toward its focal point. The crystalline key flared in his hand, responding to his decision. Captain. Multiple voices, human, Luminae, Draco, cried out in alarm. Some choices, Reed said. need to be unmade. He thrust the key directly into the focal point of the dimensional array. Light exploded outward as reality itself began to unravel. The last thing he heard was Neera's voice, tinged with something that might have been pride. And so, humanity chooses. The quantum dimensional array imploded, time fractured, and in that shattering moment, every possible Earth was wiped clean, every manipulation undone, every path reset to zero. A new timeline began, one written not by Lumini or Draco, but by humanity itself. In the end, that was the only choice that mattered. Consciousness returned like scattered light finding focus through a prism. Reed opened his eyes to a world between worlds. The crystalline dimension had changed, its geometric certainties replaced by fluid, organic shapes that flowed like liquid light. He floated in this luminescent limbo, aware that his body wasn't quite physical anymore. Next to him, Emma, Cooper, and Martinez existed as patterns of light and memory, their essences preserved in the space between collapsed timelines. The reset was successful. Neera's voice came from everywhere and nowhere, but it had changed too. Gone was the subtle manipulation that even she had carried. In its place was something rawer, more honest. Her form coalesced nearby, no longer trying to maintain humanoid shape, but existing as pure luminescence. Every timeline, every manipulation, every careful plan of both Lumini and Draco, all of it undone. Did we? Reed's thoughts felt strange, translating directly into light patterns that rippled through the space around him. Did we die? In a manner of speaking. Another presence joined them, Araxis, but humbled, his former geometric perfection replaced by something more natural. When you destroyed the focal point, you shattered every existing timeline. But your choice, your willingness to sacrifice everything to free humanity, it created something new, something neither we nor the Draco expected. The space around them shifted, and Reed saw Earth, not one Earth, but infinite possibilities being born, each one free of alien manipulation, each one truly belonging to humanity for the first time in its history. Your world is rewriting itself, Neera explained. Human choices, human consequences, no more shadowy guidance, no more careful cultivation, just freedom. What about us? Emma's voice carried concern for their team, even now. What happens to people who are caught in the collapse? The space rippled with what felt like Neera's amusement. You exist in potential now, neither alive nor dead in the traditional sense. You've become something new, witnesses to humanity's first truly free steps. Images flowed around them, the new Earth where the violet sky had never fractured, where Sector 7 had never been built, where humanity looked to the stars with wonder untainted by hidden manipulation. But there were darker images too, mistakes, conflicts, choices that would lead to hardship. They'll make errors, Araxis observed, without guidance. They'll learn, Reed interrupted. Even as patterns of light, his conviction burned bright. That's what you never understood. Humanity needs to make its own mistakes, face its own consequences. That's how we grow. Some of the Draco survived, Cooper noted, his essence picking up traces of their ancient enemies, trying to regroup in the spaces between dimensions. They'll try again. Perhaps. Neera's light patterns shifted thoughtfully. But Earth is different now. Protected. Protected by what? Martinez asked. By you, Araxis admitted. By what you've become. The choice you made. It didn't just reset timelines. It created guardians, watchers in the spaces between moments. Not to manipulate, but to preserve humanity's right to choose. Reed felt it then, a new purpose flowing through his transformed consciousness. He and his crew had become something beyond physical form, beyond single timeline and reality. They would watch, but not interfere, guard, but not guide. The quantum variance detector, Emma's essence, brightened with sudden understanding. The warnings it showed us, that was us, wasn't it? Will be us? Time doesn't work the same way here, does it? No, Nero agreed. Here, all moments exist simultaneously. You'll learn to navigate them, to observe without directing, to protect humanity's freedom to chart its own course. Through the flowing light around them, Reed watched new histories taking shape. He saw humanity stumbling, learning, reaching for the stars on their own terms. Some paths led to triumph, others to tragedy, but all of them were genuinely human. What about the Lumini? He asked. Your own people? Nera's essence rippled with something like pride. Your choice changed us too, showed us that sometimes the greatest guidance is knowing when to step aside. We'll learn from humanity now, instead of trying to shape it. The space around them continued to shift, showing glimpses of Earth's new potential futures. Reed felt his consciousness expanding, adapting to this new form of existence. His crew moved closer, their essences harmonizing with his as they accepted their transformation from soldiers to witnesses. So we watch, Emma said softly. We protect, but we never interfere. We preserve their right to choose, Reed agreed, even if those choices are difficult to witness. Around them, infinity bloomed with possibility. Earth's new timeline was taking shape, free from ancient manipulations, genuine in its triumphs and failures, and in the spaces between moments, between choices, between realities themselves, 4 guardians made of light and memory prepared to begin their eternal vigil. The reset was complete. The true history of humanity was about to begin. History remembers nothing of the dimensional war. On a cool autumn morning in 2075, Dr. Sarah Chen stands before the United Nations, presenting humanity's first confirmed detection of extraterrestrial intelligence. The signal is elegant in its simplicity, prime numbers pulsing from a star system 40 light-years distant. No hidden manipulation, no secret agendas, just one species reaching out to another across the cosmic void. In the spaces between moments, Reed watches, his consciousness, now woven into the quantum fabric of reality itself, perceives every timeline that might have been, every path not taken. He sees the shadow of what was undone, the Draco's golden-eyed slaves, the Lumini's careful manipulations, humanity dancing on strings they couldn't perceive. But that's not what catches his attention today. Beautiful, isn't it? Nera's essence mingles with his own, both of them far beyond their original forms. They found their own way here. Together they observe the ripples of this moment spreading through probability space. In some timelines, humanity responds with fear, closing itself off from the stars. In others, they reach back with messages of peace and curiosity. In still others, they begin building ships to bridge the gap themselves. Every choice genuine, every consequence earned. The Draco are moving again. Emma's consciousness joins them, still carrying echoes of her human concern. Gathering in the dark spaces between galaxies. Let them, Cooper's essence pulses with certainty. Earth isn't the same world they tried to enslave. Humanity isn't the same species they thought they could control. Reed focuses his awareness on the quantum variance detector that Dr. Chen's team used to find the signal. The device is elegantly simple, nothing like the corrupted technology that once tore holes in reality at Sector 7. Humanity developed it through their own ingenuity, their own understanding of the universe's deeper nature. They're about to make first contact, Martinez observes as they watch timelines crystallize around this nexus point. Real first contact on their own terms. The space between moments shimmers with possibility. Reed perceives Araxis and other Lumini observers hovering in their own dimensional pocket, watching with what feels like pride tinged with regret. They've learned to be witnesses rather than shapers, students rather than teachers. Some of them remember in dreams, Nira notes, her essence rippling through probability waves. Artist paint, crystalline cities they've never seen. Children look up at the stars and feel an echo of ancient choices unmade. But the knowledge doesn't guide them, Reed responds. It inspires them. They watch Dr. Chen activate the quantum variance detector, preparing to broadcast humanity's first official response to the stars. In the device's complex mathematics, Reed recognizes equations that mirror their own transformed state, humanity unconsciously reaching toward universal truths without alien interference. The detector hums to life. In the gathered crowd, Reed perceives infinite possible futures branching outward. He sees a young girl who will one day develop faster than light travel. He sees a boy whose art will capture humanity's first steps into interstellar society. He sees 1,000 choices, each one freely made. They're nervous, Emma observes, her essence harmonizing with the quantum fluctuations of human emotion filling the chamber. Excited, afraid, everything. They should be at a moment like this. Everything they need to be, Reed corrects. True feelings, not programmed responses. Real hope, not manufactured optimism. The quantum variance detector pulses, sending humanity's message to the stars, not in the violet light that once fractured reality, but in clean, clear signals that ripple through space-time like stones dropped in a cosmic pond. The message is simple. We are here. We are ready. We choose to answer. In the spaces between moments, Reed and his crew continue their vigil. They are not humanity's guardians, not really. That word implies too much control, too much interference. They are witnesses to humanity's first steps into a universe that no longer conspires to control them. Nira's essence stirs with a familiar question. Do you ever regret it? Giving up your physical form, your place in the timeline? Reed watches Dr. Chen's historic transmission ripple outward toward distant stars. He feels the weight of all possible, futures balanced on this single, genuine moment of human achievement. He remembers the choice he made in that fractured control room, choosing uncertainty over manipulation, freedom over security. No, he answers simply. They needed a clean slate more than we needed our old lives. The quantum variance detector's signals pulse outward, carrying humanity's first true message to the cosmos. In the infinite panorama of time and space, Reed and his transformed crew watch Earth's new history unfold. Not guided, not controlled, but growing wild and free as it was always meant to. So what now? Emma asks, her essence bright with curiosity about the endless possibilities stretching before them. Reed observes the myriad timelines branching from this moment, each one uniquely human, each one genuinely free. Now, he says, we watch them fly. In the United Nations chamber, Dr. Chen's quantum variance detector sends another pulse of prime numbers into space. Humanity reaches for the stars with hands unfettered by ancient manipulation, eyes clear of golden corruption, minds free to chart their own course through the cosmic sea. And in the spaces between moments, between choices, between the infinite possibilities of what might be, 4 guardians made of light and memory bear witness to humanity's first true steps into the unknown. This time, they walk alone, just as they should. Proof of failure. The broadcast did not arrive as a sound. It arrived as a vibration in the marrow of the bone, a harmonic frequency that bypassed the ears and hummed directly into the skulls of every living soul on Earth. The needle-like spire of the Karsing Ridge punctured the cloud line, a 400-metre spike of obsidian geometry. Its surface did not reflect the harsh alpine sun. Instead, it drank the light, shifting in slow, agonizing patterns that looked like math given physical form. "Decryption complete," Dr. Elin Cross's voice cracked through the tactical net, strained by the G-force of the command transport. "The signal is a binary verdict, Commander. It's repeating on every band, satellites, shortwave, even the deep-sea cables." Commander Hale Vera gripped the handles of the drop bay. Below, the mountain range was a jagged spine of ice and rock. The transmitter sat atop it like a splinter in a wound. "Give it to me straight. Cross," Vera ordered. "Planetary status. Failed," Cross read. "Neutralization coordinates transmitting." "Failed?" Vera's eyes locked on the needle. "The hell we have. Strike package Alpha. You are cleared hot. Erase that thing from the map." 4 Raptor K stealth bombers banked out of the high-altitude haze. They dropped like hawks, their bays snapping open to release a swarm of hypersonic missiles. The ordnance ignited, carving white scars across the bruised purple of the twilight sky. The transmitter did not fire back. It simply existed. As the first missile crossed the 3-kilometre perimeter, the air itself fractured. A lattice of invisible force planes sharp as monofilament wire shimmered into existence for a microsecond. A high-altitude reconnaissance drone trailing the missiles flew directly into the grid. It didn't explode. It simply ceased to be a single unit. The machine was diced into centimetre-perfect cubes that tumbled silently into the tree line below, a rain of technical confetti. "Missiles are losing lock," the lead pilot screamed over the comms. The hypersonic projectiles designed to track thermal and radar signatures with surgical precision suddenly veered. They curved away from the spire in impossible high-G arcs. The guidance system screamed as the missiles slammed into the granite base of the ridge, 3 miles wide of the target. The mountain shook. A plume of pulverized rock and ancient ice geysered into the air, but the needle remained untouched. "Vera, the mountain is reacting," Cross shouted. Her data feed showed the topographical map of Karsing warping in real time. "It's not just a structure. The whole ridge is part of the system." "Adjust and re-engage," Vera barked. "Bring the bombers in closer. Use the railguns. Don't trust the guidance." The 2 lead stealth bombers dipped lower, pushing into the thin atmosphere of the peak. They throttled up, their engines roaring against the thinning oxygen. Suddenly the air distorted. A gravity shear field, a localized violent warping of space, erupted between the 2 aircraft. The left wing of the lead Raptor K folded upward as if gripped by a giant invisible hand. The pilot struggled to compensate, but the shear didn't just push, it twisted. The aircraft was sucked into the flight path of its wingman. The collision was instantaneous. A fireball bloomed against the black obsidian of the spire. Debris, jagged shards of titanium and burning fuel, rained down the mountainside. The shockwave rattled Vera's transport, nearly throwing the crew from their seats. "Status!" Vera yelled. "We lost them." Cross's hands flew over her terminal. "Commander, the transmitter is adapting. It's folding the terrain to create shielding. Look at the scans." Below, the very rock of Karsing was sliding. Massive plates of granite shifted like the scales of a serpent, rising up to form a physical rampart around the base of the transmitter. "Rook 17, deploy," Vera commanded. From the belly of the transport, the autonomous combat drone dropped. Its thrusters flared, blue ion fire stabilizing its descent. Unlike the manned bombers, Rook 17 was a compact mass of tungsten and sensors, designed for the high-pressure environments that killed humans. "Acquiring target," the drone's synthesized voice reported. Rook 17 didn't fire missiles, it accelerated. Using the momentum of its fall, It angled its primary rail cannon directly at a flickering seam near the transmitter's base. "Vera, if you hit that conduit, we might break the broadcast," Cross urged. The drone fired. A 3-kilogram slug of depleted uranium shattered the sound barrier, trailing a wake of ionized air. The slug didn't hit the obsidian shell. It hit the tectonic rampart just as it was closing. The force of the impact sent a shockwave through the transmitter's foundation. A jagged scar tore across the outer shell of the needle. For the first time, the shifting geometric pattern stuttered. A spray of violet sparks erupted from an exposed internal conduit. "The signal!" Cross cried out. "The coordinates! They've paused! It's working!" For 3 seconds, the bone-deep vibration stopped. The world went silent. The silence was worse. Deep within the bowels of the mountain, a heavy tectonic groan echoed. The ground didn't just shake, it buckled. "Commander, get out of there!" Cross's voice rose to a frantic pitch. "Energy spike, it's not a reset, it's a redundancy!" From the centre of the scarred ridge, a secondary structure began to rise. It didn't emerge from the ground. It seemed to unfold from the air itself, a shimmering, translucent relay that mirrored the first. The vibration returned, twice as loud and 3 times as fast. The decoded fragment on Cross's screen updated. Redundancy, active. Neutralization phase, accelerated. Time, remaining, 6 o'clock. "The countdown just jumped," Vera said, her voice cold. She watched as the mountain continued to fold in on itself, the 2 needles now pulsing in synchronized rhythm. "We didn't stop it, we just made it angry." The transport pulled into a hard bank as the gravity shear fields expanded, reaching for them like invisible claws. "We can't hit it from the air anymore," Vera stated, strapping into her jump harness. "The shield is total. We're going in on foot. We find that core, or we watch the clock run out." The transport's alarm shrieked as the mountain below began to glow with a dull subterranean heat. The Chimera transport didn't land. It disintegrated. A localized gravity spike caught the ship's tail as it crossed the ridge, shearing the engine housing away like wet paper. The air inside the hold vanished in a violent decompression scream. Vera didn't wait for the crash. She kicked the emergency release on the maglocks. "Jump! Now!" The team fell into a chasm of swirling ice and obsidian dust. Vera's thruster pack flared, fighting the erratic pull of the mountain. Below, the ice ravine opened like a jagged mouth. Vera slammed into a shelf of permafrost, the impact rattling her teeth. Beside her, Rook 17 hit the slope, its metallic limbs scraping against the stone as it anchored itself with kinetic spikes. Dr. Cross tumbled past, caught in a swirling eddy of snow, until Rook 17's tether snaked out and jerked her to a halt. "Report," Vera hissed, checking her rifle's charge. "Atmospheric pressure is rising," Cross gasped, her HUD flickering. "The mountain is drawing us in. The gravity spikes. They aren't defensive. They're a vacuum. It's pulling everything toward the core." "Then we stop fighting the fall," Vera said. She looked up. The sky was a narrow strip of grey, rapidly closing as the rock plates of Karsing shifted overhead. "We go down." They descended into a breach in the ridge, a vertical throat lined with the same shifting obsidian as the transmitter. The air here was thick, smelling of ozone and scorched copper. As they hit the floor of the first sublevel, the architecture groaned. The walls didn't just move, they flowed. A hallway that stretched straight for 50 meters suddenly twisted 45 degrees. The floor tilted, becoming a steep incline. "Movement detected," Rook 17 announced. Its sensor head spun 360 degrees. Geometric signatures, non-biological. From the seams of the shifting walls, the sentinels emerged. They were not drones or soldiers. They were floating polyhedrons of matte black metal, rotating around glowing central cores. They didn't carry rifles. They carried the mountain. A sentinel pulsed. The floor beneath Vera's feet liquefied into a granular slurry. She scrambled back as the section of the walkway simply folded into the ceiling. "Contact!" Vera yelled. She opened fire, the pulse rounds from her carbine splashed against the sentinel's hull. The machine didn't dodge. It shifted its local gravity, causing the bullets to orbit its core before slinging them back toward the team. "Take cover!" Vera shoved Cross behind a protruding pillar. Rook 17 moved in a blur of mechanical efficiency. It calculated the return vectors, intercepting the deflected rounds with its armoured chassis, while its own rail cannon whined to life. A single high-velocity slug punched through the Sentinel's core. The machine didn't explode. It collapsed into a dense marble-sized sphere and fell through the floor. "Keep moving," Vera ordered. "Don't let them box us in." They ran. Every 10 meters the corridor reconfigured. A doorway would appear, only to seal shut as a solid slab of stone slid across it. Vera used her shoulder to ram through a closing aperture, dragging Cross behind her. Rook 17 followed, but the drone's logic was struggling. The architecture was playing a game of spatial shells. The drone's internal mapping software was screaming. It couldn't find a fixed point. "Commander, the Sentinels are redirecting the flow," Rook 17 reported. "They are herding us." "Let them," Vera said, her breathing heavy. "As long as they're herding us toward the centre." The pressure in the air increased. Cross's scanners began to chime a steady rhythmic tone. "I've got a massive power signature ahead," Cross shouted over the grinding of the walls. "It's stable, a nexus point. If I can get into the system there, I can kill the broadcast." They burst into a massive vaulted chamber. Unlike the shifting corridors, this room was static. Tall pillars of data-etched crystal rose toward a ceiling lost in shadow. It was quiet. The frantic grinding of the mountain subsided into a low electrical hum. "The control nexus," Cross breathed. She ran toward a central dais where light pulsed in a rhythmic golden hue. "Finally, I can see the logic now. It's a closed-loop system." Vera didn't lower her rifle. She scanned the perimeter. The silence felt like a trap. "Hurry, Cross. The clock is still ticking." Cross's fingers danced over the interface of the alien dais. Her HUD reflected streams of light-speed data. She looked triumphant. "I'm in. I'm seeing the judgment parameters. They've been recording us for centuries. Every war, every industrial spill, every species we've pushed to the brink. It's all here. It's a statistical proof of failure." "Can you shut it down?" Vera demanded. Cross's face went pale. The triumph vanished, replaced by a cold, hollow terror. "Commander, this isn't the control nexus." "Explain." "It's an archive," Cross whispered. Her hand shook. "It's a black box. The system isn't broadcasting a request for orders. It's broadcasting a completion report. The judgment is already over. The verdict was reached decades ago." A deep, subterranean thud vibrated through the floor. It wasn't the mountain shifting. It was a physical impact from above, somewhere in the upper atmosphere. "The transmitter doesn't control the countdown, Vera," Cross said, looking up at the ceiling. "It only announces it. The real neutralization mechanism, it's already inbound from deep space. It's not a signal. It's a physical object." The chamber began to shudder. The stable pillars of the archive started to retract into the floor. The false safety of the room evaporated. "Rook, status!" Vera yelled. "The Sentinels are returning," the drone stated, "in greater numbers. They are no longer herding us. They are sealing the chamber." The exits vanished. The walls of the archive began to compress inward, the massive crystal pillars grinding against each other. "Cross, move." Vera grabbed the doctor by her harness. "The core." Cross pointed to a deepening pit opening in the centre of the room. "The only way to stop the incoming strike is to overload the transmitter's power source. We have to disrupt the guidance beam before that thing hits the atmosphere." "How much time?" Cross looked at her flickering HUD. 004800. The mountain groaned again, louder this time. Above them, the first of the alien sentinels began to descend from the ceiling, their cores glowing a lethal, brilliant red. 48 minutes, Vera said, slamming a fresh mag into her carbine. Move, into the pit. The floor didn't just open, it dissolved into a shimmering veil of particles. Gravity died instantly. Vera's stomach lurched into her throat as she drifted into the central void of the Karsing transmitter. The chamber was a hollowed-out sphere kilometres wide, illuminated by the rhythmic violet pulse of the core at its centre. Magnetics, Vera barked. Her boots found no purchase. Rook 17's thrusters hissed, the drone snagging Vera and Cross with its manipulator arms to keep them from drifting into the abyss. The core is the anchor, Cross shouted, her voice echoing in the weightless expanse. It's holding the mountain together through a pinpoint singularity. If we overload it, the whole ridge collapses. And the signal? Vera asked, checking her rifle. It fractures. Without the transmitter's guidance beam, the neutralization object will lose its lock on Earth's centre of mass. Movement flickered in the dark. From the curved walls of the sphere, dozens of sentinels detached like ticks from a hide. They didn't use thrusters. They manipulated the local gravity, skipping through the air in jagged, non-linear bursts. Contact! Vera pushed off Rook 17's chassis. She fired as she drifted. The recoil of her carbine pushed her backward, spinning her through the air. She used the momentum, tucking into a roll and firing a 3-round burst into a sentinel's glowing eye. The machine shattered, its fragments instantly accelerated by a sudden gravity pulse. Rook, clear a path! The drone dived into the swarm. It moved with terrifying precision, rotating its rail cannon on a gimbal to track targets across 360 degrees. Kinetic slugs tore through the sentinels, but for every one destroyed, 2 more emerged from the obsidian seams. I see the detonation point. Cross pointed to a ring of exposed energy conduits circling the core. The primary bridge. We have to bridge the conduit with a manual override. A gravity pulse hammered the chamber. The air distorted. A massive chunk of the mountain's internal bracing, 10 tons of granite, sheared off and flew across the void. Vera saw it coming. She didn't have the thrust to dodge. "Vera!" Cross screamed. Rook 17 slammed into Vera, the impact throwing her clear of the rock's path. The stone slab caught the drone's secondary propulsion housing. Metal screamed. Sparks sprayed into the dark as Rook 17's left thruster bank was flattened into a mangled wreck. The drone spun wildly, out of control. "Rook, compensate!" Vera fired her emergency EVA charge, a single-use gas canister that propelled her toward the spinning drone. She caught the drone's frame, but the momentum dragged them both toward the core. Below them, the violet heart of the machine flared. A wave of raw radiation washed over them, setting the air on fire. "We're losing time!" Cross yelled. She had reached the conduit bridge, her magnetic boots locked onto the central ring. "Vera, I need the trigger. The sentinels are closing in." Vera looked back. A swarm of 12 sentinels was converging on Cross. The doctor was defenceless, her hands buried in the alien machinery. Vera's breath hitched. She looked at Rook 17, its sensors flickering, its frame leaking hydraulic fluid. If she stayed to stabilize the drone, Cross died. If she went to Cross, the drone, their only heavy fire support, would drift into the core's singularity. Hesitation cost them. A sentinel fired. A beam of white-hot energy lanced through the air, striking the conduit bridge. The platform Cross stood on buckled. "No!" Vera ignited her last thruster charge. She reached Cross just as the bridge began to disintegrate. She slammed the detonator into the doctor's hands and turned to face the swarm. "Do it! Now!" Cross jammed the override into the conduit. The violet light of the core turned a blinding, violent white. A massive discharge of energy erupted from the centre. It hit the swarm of sentinels, vaporizing them instantly, but the feedback loop surged through the bridge. The structure tore apart. Rook 17, unable to maneuver with its damaged thrusters, was caught in the gravitational backdraft. The drone was pulled toward the singularity at the heart of the core. Rook, Vera reached out, but the distance was too great. The drone's optical sensor locked onto Vera one last time. Mission continues. The drone's voice crackled and died. The drone vanished into the violet light. The singularity didn't just consume it. It crushed the machine into a point of zero volume. The heavy fire support was gone. The path back was destroyed. The chamber began to groan with the weight of a dying god. Vera, look at the sky. Cross pointed upward through the widening cracks in the mountain ceiling. High above, a burning red star had appeared in the atmosphere. The neutralization object. Time remaining, 0 hours, 6 minutes, 0 seconds. The core flared one last time, a scream of dying energy that shattered the remaining gravity in the room. They were trapped in the centre of a collapsing mountain, with 6 minutes to live and no way out. The air was a slurry of pulverized granite and ozone. Vera's oxygen alarm chirped, a thin rhythmic needle in her ear. Her HUD was a spiderweb of cracks, the display flickering with data she no longer needed. The red star in the sky was no longer a point of light. It was a burning eye, widening as it tore through the upper ionosphere. "The singularity is feeding," Cross shouted, her voice distorted by the static of a dying comms unit. She was clinging to a jagged spar of obsidian, her knuckles white through her tactical gloves. "The collapse is asymmetrical. If we don't hit the final overload, the mountain just swallows us and the beam stays locked." "Where is the primary switch?" Vera kicked off a floating chunk of a Sentinel's chassis. She drifted across the void, her hand reaching for a severed power cable. She caught it, the sudden tension jerking her shoulder with a sickening pop. She didn't scream. There wasn't enough air to waste on a scream. "The heart of the conduit!" Cross pointed toward the base of the core where the violet light had condensed into a white-hot needle. "But the manual lock is damaged. The magnetic pins won't seat." A gravity pulse hammered the chamber. Vera's vision went black for a second as the sheer force of the shift tried to peel the skin from her bones. A massive slab of the ceiling, 50 tons of mountain, dropped toward them. "Move!" Vera fired her grappling line. The hook bit into a receding pillar. She yanked Cross toward her just as the slab pulverized the obsidian spar where the doctor had been crouching a second before. The impact sent a cloud of razor-sharp shards through the air. One caught Vera's thigh, slicing through the pressurized suit. She felt the cold bite of the atmosphere, followed immediately by the warm, wet pressure of her own blood. She slapped a sealant patch over the tear without looking. "Ammunition?" Vera asked, her voice a rasp. "Empty," Cross said, showing her sidearm. The pulse rounds were fried by the last discharge. Vera checked her carbine. 2 rounds. The weapon was a club now. They drifted toward the final relay. The environment was an entropic nightmare. The living architecture of the mountain was dying, its self-repair systems misfiring. Corridors outside were slamming shut, trapping the heat of the core inside the sphere. The temperature was climbing toward the melting point of steel. "Vera, look." Cross pointed to the switch. It was a heavy, industrial-grade lever, salvaged from human tech and fused into the alien conduit. It was designed to bridge the final gap in the energy flow, but the locking mechanism, the part that should have held it in place against the gravitational backdraft, was a twisted wreck of slagged metal. The lever was vibrating. It wanted to snap back. "It won't stay," Cross said, her voice hollow. "The magnetic field from the core is pushing it open. Someone has to hold it. Physically." Vera looked at the clock on her cracked HUD. 000412. If the switch isn't held when the neutralization strike hits the upper atmosphere, the guidance beam won't break, Cross explained, her eyes darting between the lever and the burning sky above. The failure will be total. Earth dies, and we die in a hole for nothing. Another pulse. The mountain groaned, a sound of tectonic agony. The walls of the chamber were closing in, the sphere shrinking as the singularity at the centre pulled the world into itself. "Vera, your suit," Cross whispered. Vera looked down. The sealant patch on her leg was blooming red. Her oxygen was at 4%. Her left arm hung limp at her side, the shoulder dislocation making every movement a nauseating trial. They were two broken women in a breaking world. "Get to the extraction pod," Vera said. "What?" "Vera, the pod is 2 levels up. Without a drone, you can't—" "The pod is calibrated for a single occupant now anyway," Vera interrupted. She gripped the lever. The vibration hummed through her arm, shaking her teeth. "The mountain is folding. If you don't leave now, the path to the surface will be sealed forever." "We can find another way. An improvised—" "There is no other way, Elin," Vera barked. She slammed her good hand against the console. "The math doesn't work. Look at the sky. That thing is coming to erase us because we're a failed species. Prove the machine wrong. Get the data out. Tell them we didn't just sit and wait for the end." Incoming fire, not from sentinels but from the mountain itself. A spray of molten copper erupted from a ruptured cooling line. Vera threw herself over the switch, the liquid metal splashing against her backplate. She hissed as the heat seared through the ceramic layers. "Go," Vera yelled. "That's an order, Doctor." Cross hesitated, her face a mask of grief and tactical logic. The logic won. She grabbed a floating debris shield, using it as a rudder to catch the next gravity wave. "Vera!" "Oof!" Cross kicked off, her silhouette disappearing into the swirling dust and shadow of the upper shafts. Vera was alone. She wrapped her arm around the lever and pulled. The resistance was immense. It felt like trying to hold back the tide with a toothpick. The violet light of the core began to bleed into the white of a star. 00:02:45. Her HUD flickered and died. The darkness of the chamber was total, lit only by the terminal glow of the impending explosion. Her breath was a series of wet, shallow hitches. The mountain screamed one last time. Above her, the ceiling didn't just crack, it vanished. The entire top of the Karsing Ridge was being peeled away by the gravitational wake of the incoming neutralization object. Vera looked up into the cold vacuum of space. The burning red star was huge now, a moon-sized hammer coming down on an anvil of stone. She gripped the lever with both hands, her boots braced against the melting console. "Status," she whispered to the empty air. "Inconclusive." The sky was no longer a void. It was a throat of fire. The neutralization object hit the upper atmosphere, a spear of alien geometry 10 miles wide. The shockwave stripped the remaining peaks of the Karvos Ridge, turning glaciers into instant steam. Below, in the bleeding heart of the mountain, Vera's boots melted into the deck plates. The lever kicked like a living thing. "Vera, the conduit from the first strike." Cross's voice was a jagged ghost in the comms, broadcasting from the rising extraction pod. "The Scar Rook left in the outer shell. It's an exhaust port now. If you trigger the overload, the energy won't just explode. It will jet." "I can't." "Lock it!" Vera's voice was a wet rattle. Her right arm was a map of agony. The magnetic backdraft from the core was pulling the lever toward the safe position. If she let go for a millisecond, the circuit broke. The guidance beam would stay true. Earth would be erased. A shadow drifted into her peripheral vision. It was the mangled wreckage of Rook 17. The drone wasn't dead. Its primary processor was dark, but its emergency kinetic subroutines were twitching. The gravity of the singularity had dragged its 300-pound tungsten chassis back toward the core. "Rook," Vera wheezed. "Target. The lever." The drone's single remaining thruster sputtered. It didn't have enough power to fly, but it had enough to fall. It overrode its collision avoidance logic, the final tether of its programming, and ignited its emergency braking charges in reverse. The drone became a hammer. Rook 17 slammed into the console, its heavy frame pinning Vera's arm and the lever against the housing. The metal shrieked. Vera's radius snapped, but the lever stayed down. The circuit closed. "Cross! Do it!" "Rerouting through the scar," Cross screamed. Vera looked up. The violet white of the core turned into a vertical pillar of pure, transcendent light. It didn't bloom outward in a circle. It funneled through the damaged conduit in the mountain's side, a spear of lightning aimed at the belly of the descending god. The beam hit the neutralization object's leading edge. The alien craft didn't shatter. It buckled. The guidance lock, corrupted by the sudden surge of the mountain's dying breath, flickered. The object's descent angle shifted by a fraction of a degree. The mountain began to fold. The singularity at the core reached its limit. The obsidian walls of the chamber turned into liquid shadow, rushing inward. Vera felt her weight vanish. She didn't feel the heat anymore. She only felt the silence of the machine finally breaking. High above the atmosphere, the red eye of the neutralizer missed. It skipped off the thermosphere like a stone across a pond, its massive kinetic energy carving a canyon in the air that could be seen from 3 continents. It tumbled, burning, and vanished back into the black of the solar system, its trajectory ruined. On the ground, the Carvos Ridge disappeared. The mountain simply blinked out of existence, leaving a perfectly smooth, glass-lined crater 5 miles deep. Silence returned to the alpine air. Cross's extraction pod broke the surface of the clouds, tumbling through the debris of the strike package. Her monitors flickered. The global defense network was coming back online. The bone-deep vibration was gone. A final burst of data flashed across her screen, a fragment of the transmitter's last transmission before it collapsed. Planetary status. Inconclusive. Re-evaluation scheduled. The screen went dark. In the upper atmosphere, the debris of the Chimera and the stealth bombers burned up, streaks of orange light against the rising sun. The satellites reoriented, their sensors turning away from the crater and toward the deep, hungry dark of the stars. The countdown hadn't stopped. It had just reset. Event Horizon 1882. The heat shimmered above the Kansas prairie, a vast undulating ocean of grass bowing under a relentless August sun. Elijah Wren, perched atop his surveyor's wagon, squinted, adjusting the brim of his sweat-stained hat. Dust coated everything. His worn buckskins, the brass instruments of his trade, the very air he breathed. He'd spent weeks under this unforgiving sky, mapping the seemingly endless expanse for the US topographical engineers, a task meant to impose order on a land that felt fundamentally untamed. A former Union scout, Wren carried the war etched not just in the faded blue of his tunic packed away in his trunk, but in the quiet intensity of his gaze, the way his hand instinctively rested near the Colt Peacemaker holstered at his hip. He'd seen the chaos man could inflict upon man. The quiet horror of Antietam's bloody lane was a ghost that rode beside him, more real than the buzzards circling overhead. Yet, what he witnessed that afternoon transcended the familiar horrors of war. It was something wholly other. It began as a distortion in the heat haze, high in the cloudless blue. Not a bird nor a balloon. He'd seen plenty of Thaddeus Lowe's observation craft during the war. This was geometric, precise. A perfect equilateral triangle, vast and utterly black, darker than a mineshaft entrance at midnight. It hung motionless, defying the wind that rustled the prairie grass below. No smoke, no steam, no audible engine sound disturbed the profound silence it imposed. It simply was, a stark impossibility against the canvas of the ordinary. Wren's surveyor's mind, trained to measure and record, fought against the sheer incredulity of the sight. He fumbled for his field notebook and graphite pencil, his fingers suddenly clumsy. He sketched rapidly, noting the object's apparent size, larger than any man-made structure he could conceive, its absolute lack of discernible features, save for 3 points of faint, unwavering light, one at each vertex. They pulsed with a soft internal luminescence like captured starlight. He estimated its altitude, triangulating mentally against distant landmarks. Thousands of feet, perhaps miles. Yet it seemed preternaturally clear, its edges sharp against the azure sky. For a long, breathless minute it held its position. Then, with a speed that defied mechanics, it moved. Not flew, not drifted. It translated, shifting westward instantaneously, covering miles in the blink of an eye before vanishing utterly. The silence it left behind was heavier, the prairie seeming to hold its breath. Wren lowered his notebook, his heart pounding a heavy rhythm against his ribs. He'd documented anomalies before, strange magnetic deviations, unexplained geological formations, but this was a violation of natural philosophy itself. He meticulously recorded the date, time, location, atmospheric conditions, and his sketch, his handwriting tight with controlled shock. He knew, with a certainty that chilled him despite the heat, that this report would not be filed away with mundane boundary disputes. Weeks later, back in the comparative civilization of St. Louis, his detailed report, submitted through official channels, earned him not dismissal or ridicule, but a summons. A terse telegram instructed him to report to a certain room at the Planters House Hotel, a discreet location known for housing men of influence. He found Samuel Greaves waiting. Greaves was a man who wore his authority like a well-tailored suit, his eyes sharp and assessing behind steel-rimmed spectacles. Officially attached to the U.S. Geological Survey, Wren had heard whispers. Greaves operated in the shadowed spaces between departments, a collector of sensitive information, a man who understood the value of secrets long before the Pinkertons coined their motto. "Mr. Wren," Greaves began, his voice smooth and devoid of preamble, gesturing to a chair. He didn't offer pleasantries. On the polished mahogany table between them lay Wren's report, the sketch of the black triangle stark against the official paper. "Your sighting in Kansas," Greaves continued, tapping the report. "It corresponds with certain other accounts, fragmentary, often dismissed as delusion or fancy. Yours, however, is detailed, credible." He paused, letting the weight of his words settle. "We are assembling an expedition, Mr. Wren. Ostensibly, a geological survey into the territories, specifically the unmapped regions of the Rocky Mountains in Colorado. We require a cartographer of your skill and discretion." Wren met Greaves' gaze. "Ostensibly?" A faint smile touched Greaves's lips. "There are geological strata of unusual interest, anomalous energy readings, peculiar formations described in settlers' letters, and, more intriguingly, recurring in certain native legends." He leaned forward slightly. "Your report, Mr. Wren, suggests something else. Might be found in those remote peaks, something unrelated to mineral wealth or seismic activity." The implication hung heavy in the air. Greaves wasn't talking about gold veins or hot springs. He was talking about the impossible triangle. "The true purpose, Mr. Greaves?" Wren asked, his voice low. "To investigate phenomena that fall outside the purview of conventional science and territorial expansion," Greaves replied carefully. "To ascertain the nature of certain intrusions. You documented an object of unknown origin and capability. We intend to discover if its presence is isolated or indicative of something more permanent. Your experience as a scout, your eye for detail, your discretion under pressure, these are invaluable. Wren thought of the black shape against the Kansas blue, the chilling silence, the impossible speed. It was madness, yet it was real. He had drawn it. He had seen it. The scout in him, the man who charted the unknown, felt a reluctant, dangerous curiosity stir. Who else is part of this survey? A specialist in natural philosophy and ancient languages from Harvard, Greaves said, and a guide, familiar with the specific region and its native inhabitants, Lieutenant Red Elk. Greaves' tone suggested the lieutenant's inclusion was a necessity, perhaps not entirely of his choosing. You will rendezvous with them in Denver City. Your equipment and passage are being arranged. Absolute secrecy is paramount, Wren. What we seek is not for public knowledge, perhaps not for any knowledge we currently possess. The weight of the unspoken pressed down. This wasn't just mapping rocks. This was stepping off the map entirely, into territory marked only by impossible sightings and ancient whispers. Wren thought of the silent black triangle. He thought of the uncharted peaks of the Rockies. He thought of the war and how the world could change in an instant. "Very well, Mr. Greaves," Wren said, the words feeling heavier than any pack he'd ever carried. "I accept." The gears of something vast and hidden had begun to turn. The journey westward was a jarring symphony of iron and steam. The locomotive hammered across the plains, leaving St. Louis and the familiar Mississippi behind, plunging deeper into the territories. Elijah Wren watched the landscape blur past the window, the endless grass giving way to rolling hills, and eventually the distant, hazy promise of mountains. He shared the passenger car with settlers seeking fortune, gamblers seeking marks, and salesmen hawking everything from miracle elixirs to leveraged land claims. Amidst this bustling microcosm of American ambition, Wren felt increasingly isolated. The secret purpose of his own journey, a heavy cloak. In Denver City, a raw, burgeoning metropolis clinging to the edge of the Front Range, he met the rest of the expedition. The rendezvous point was a dusty office tucked away behind a land speculation firm, Greaves having already arrived via a more direct, privileged route. Dr. Vera Calder was not what Wren had expected. Harvard educated, yes, but there was little of the cloistered academic about her. She possessed a keen, direct gaze that missed nothing, her travelling dress practical despite its fine tailoring. Her expertise, Greaves explained in hushed tones beforehand, was not merely in geology or botany, but in philology, the study of ancient languages and texts, including obscure petroglyphs and pictograms often dismissed by her more conventional colleagues. She carried herself with an air of focused curiosity, a woman more comfortable with dusty manuscripts and cryptic symbols than drawing-room society. "Mr. Wren," she greeted him, extending a gloved hand, her grip firm. "Mr. Greaves speaks highly of your observational acuity. I trust your maps will be as precise as your report." There was an undercurrent of challenge in her voice, a demand for competence. Wren simply nodded. "Doctor, I endeavour to record what is present." The final member of their core team arrived shortly after, escorted by 2 cavalry troopers whose unease was palpable. Lieutenant Red Elk was Lakota, a man whose face seemed carved from the very rock of the mountains they were headed towards. His eyes, dark and piercing, held a depth of history and sorrow that made Wren's own war ghost seem fleeting. He wore a mixture of traditional Lakota attire and battered remnants of US Army issue, a living symbol of the clash of worlds. He carried himself with a stoic dignity that the trooper's presence could not diminish. Greaves performed the introduction stiffly. "Lieutenant Red Elk has agreed to guide us through the high country. His knowledge of the terrain is unparalleled." Red Elk's gaze swept over Wren and Calder, lingering for a moment. He offered no handshake, merely a slight inclination of his head. His voice, when he finally spoke, was low and resonant, carrying the cadence of the plains. "The mountains remember much," he stated, not as a warning, but as a simple fact. More than maps show, more than white men read in books. The tension in the small office was thick. Greaves represented the relentless push of the government, Calder the probing intellect of Eastern academia, Wren the meticulous recorder of the physical world. Red Elk stood apart, a connection to a history intertwined with the very land they sought to dissect, a history Greaves likely intended to exploit, and Calder, perhaps, to decipher. His participation felt less like agreement and more like watchful custodianship. The next days were a whirlwind of provisioning. Pack mules were loaded with surveying equipment, transits, chains, chronometers, alongside Calder's carefully wrapped collection of reference books, sketching materials and tools for making impressions of rock carvings. Crates of durable foodstuffs, canvas tents, bedrolls, rifles, and ample ammunition filled the wagons. Greaves oversaw it all with quiet efficiency, his authority unquestioned, his true purpose veiled behind the mundane necessities of a geological survey. Their departure from Denver was marked by the stares of onlookers, intrigued by the unusual composition of the party, the scholar woman, the stoic Indian, the quiet cartographer, and the official-looking Greaves, all heading towards the forbidding peaks under cavalry escort, though the troopers peeled off after the first day, leaving the core group to proceed alone. As they travelled higher, leaving the plains behind for the foothills, the air grew thinner, sharper. The landscape became more dramatic, carved by ancient glaciers and unforgiving weather. Red Elk moved with an assuredness that spoke of intimate familiarity, choosing paths invisible to Wren's trained eye, navigating by landmarks and whispers of the wind. He spoke little, but when he did, it often related to the land itself, the name of a peak in his native tongue, the medicinal properties of a plant, a story tied to a particular rock formation, stories that often hinted at strange lights in the sky, or beings who emerge from the earth. Vera Calder proved resilient, adapting quickly to the rigours of the trail. She sketched flora, examined rock strata, and engaged Red Elk in cautious conversation, probing gently about local legends and symbols. Wren could see her mind constantly working, connecting disparate pieces of information, seeking patterns. Wren focused on his task, taking readings, sketching topography, his analytical mind finding comfort in the familiar process. Yet, the memory of the Kansas Triangle was a constant undercurrent. He found himself scanning the skies, scrutinizing unusual shadows, his senses heightened. Greaves remained observant, watchful, conferring quietly with Wren about potential routes, and with Calder about geological points of interest, always steering them towards a specific, predetermined sector deep within the San Juan Range, a region Red Elk had initially seemed reluctant to approach, citing it as powerful, sacred ground. One evening, camped beside a rushing mountain stream, the peak's stark silhouettes against a star-dusted sky, Wren found himself near Red Elk, who was gazing into the crackling fire. "The ground we seek," Wren ventured quietly. "It is important to your people." Red Elk didn't look away from the flames. "It is a place of beginnings and endings, where the Sky Fathers touched the Earth Mother long ago. Spirits dwell there. Not all are welcoming." "Spirits?" Wren pressed, thinking of Greaves's anomalous energy readings. Red Elk turned his head slowly, his eyes meeting Wren's in the firelight. "Your people have words," he said. "Electricity, magnetism, forces you seek to harness. You build machines of iron and steam." He gestured towards the vast dark mountains. There are older forces here. Older machines, not made by hands like ours. A chill traced its way down Ren's spine, colder than mountain air. Before he could ask more, Greaves approached, his presence breaking the moment. "Ren, a word. We need to discuss the final approach vector." As Ren walked away with Greaves, Red Elk's words echoed in his mind. Older machines, the Kansas anomaly, the strange legends, Greaves's secret mission, Calder's cryptic studies, Red Elk's warnings. The pieces were converging, pointing towards something vast and unbelievable, hidden deep within the heart of the Rockies. The survey was a lie. They were hunting for something left behind, something ancient, and perhaps something not of Earth at all. The air grew thin and biting as they pushed deeper into the San Juan Mountains. Jagged peaks clawed at the sky, their granite faces scarred by time and tempest. Travel became arduous, the pack mules straining on narrow, treacherous paths that Red Elk navigated with unwavering certainty. He led them away from known passes, into valleys whispered about in prospectors' tales, but seldom visited, places the Ute and Lakota considered sacred, powerful, and best left undisturbed. Greaves consulted his maps frequently, cross-referencing them with coded notes Ren suspected contained more than just geological data. Calder, despite the physical exertion, seemed invigorated, her eyes constantly scanning the rock formations, her notebook filling with sketches of unusual strata and crystalline structures embedded within the ancient stone. Ren continued his meticulous mapping, but his attention was divided, one eye on the terrain, the other on the sky, half expecting to see a black triangle emerge from behind a snow-capped summit. They made camp in a high alpine meadow, sheltered by towering pines. The silence here was profound, broken only by the wind's sigh through the branches and the distant cry of a hawk. Red Elk chose the site, near a series of weathered standing stones arranged in a pattern that felt deliberate, ancient. "The old ones marked this place," Red Elk stated, gesturing towards the stones. "A gateway." Calder immediately went to examine the monoliths, running her gloved fingers over faint carvings nearly erased by centuries of wind and snow. "Incredible," she murmured, pulling out her charcoal and paper. "The erosion is immense, but the patterns, they resemble certain pre-dynastic Egyptian hieroglyphs, yet also elements found in Indus Valley script, but cruder, older." Greaves watched her, a flicker of something, confirmation, in his eyes. "Any indication of function, Doctor?" "Function?" Calder looked up, frowning. "They appear ceremonial, perhaps astronomical alignments, but some glyphs." She hesitated, tracing a complex spiral intersected by sharp, angular lines. "They don't feel like depictions of stars or rituals. They feel almost schematic, like instructions." That evening, as Ren took stellar readings for positioning, his instruments behaved erratically. The compass needle quivered, refusing to settle, firmly on north, and his chronometer, usually reliable, seemed to gain and lose seconds unpredictably. He noted the deviations carefully, reporting them to Greaves. "Magnetic anomalies," Greaves said, though his tone lacked conviction. "Expected in regions with high iron content." But Ren knew the rock here was primarily granite. Something else was interfering with their delicate mechanisms. The following day, Red Elk led them not further up but down, into a narrow, shadowed canyon carved by a swift glacial stream. The walls rose sheer on either side, blotting out the sun. The air grew colder, damper. Strange, resonant hums seemed to vibrate through the rock itself, almost below the threshold of hearing, felt more in the bones than heard with the ears. "The heart of the mountain," Red Elk announced, stopping where the canyon widened slightly. Before them, The stream vanished into a dark fissure at the base of the cliff face. But it wasn't the fissure that drew their attention. It was the rock wall itself. Unlike the surrounding weathered granite, a section of the cliff face, perhaps 50 feet wide and 30 high, was unnaturally smooth, almost polished, with a dark obsidian-like sheen. Embedded within it seamlessly were geometric patterns and lines that mirrored the glyphs Calder had found on the standing stones. But these were sharper, clearer, glowing faintly with the same internal luminescence Wren had seen on the Kansas object. "Magnificent," Calder breathed, stepping forward, oblivious to the sudden tension that gripped the others. "This isn't natural erosion. It's constructed. Artificial." Greaves drew his service revolver, motioning for Wren to ready his rifle. Red Elk stood motionless, his hand resting on the handle of the long knife at his belt, his eyes fixed on the strange wall. "Doctor, be cautious," Greaves warned. Calder ignored him, reaching out to touch the smooth, dark surface. The moment her glove made contact, the low hum intensified, rising in pitch. The glyphs flared, brightening from a soft glow to a brilliant white light. The ground beneath their feet vibrated. With a sound like grinding consonants, a section of the wall, perfectly tracing the outline of a massive triangular shape, began to retract inwards, sliding silently into the mountain. It wasn't a door. It was a section of the cliff face itself, impossibly engineered. Beyond lay not a cave, but darkness, a vast yawning cavity extending into the mountain's depths. A strange, cool, sterile wind blew out from the opening, carrying the scent of ozone and something else, something ancient and metallic. "By God," Greaves whispered, his official composure finally cracking, revealing awe and perhaps fear. Wren stared into the abyss, the hair on his neck prickling. The scale was immense. This wasn't a mine or a natural cavern adapted. This was built, purposefully hidden. He thought of Red Elk's words, older machines. Calder, holding a galvanic lantern, aloft, took a hesitant step towards the threshold. The light pierced the darkness, revealing polished, seamless walls curving away into the gloom, floors made of the same dark, resonant material. There were no tool marks, no seams, no rivets. It was as if the entire structure had been poured or grown. "We must investigate," Calder stated, her voice tight with suppressed excitement. Greaves nodded, holstering his pistol but keeping his hand near it. "Wren, take point. Red Elk, watch our backs. And the entrance." Red Elk gave a curt nod, his gaze sweeping the canyon behind them before turning back to the impossible opening. He looked less like a guide now, and more like a guardian witnessing a long-feared prophecy unfold. Wren shouldered his rifle, checked the action, and stepped across the threshold. Calder close behind him, Greaves following. They moved from the natural world of rock, wind and water into something utterly alien. The humming intensified within the structure, palpable thrum of dormant power. The air was still, cool, and carried that strange, sterile scent. The triangular entrance began to slide silently shut behind them, sealing them inside the mountain, plunging the canyon outside back into shadow, leaving Red Elk standing sentinel before the now blank cliff face. The gateway had been opened. Inside, the scale was bewildering. The galvanic lantern beams sliced through the darkness, revealing a chamber of impossible proportions. Walls, floor, and ceiling were fashioned from the same seamless dark material, cool and smooth to the touch. They curved upwards, meeting at an apex lost in the shadows far above, suggesting a space vast enough to dwarf any cathedral built by man. The air hummed, a low resonant thrum that seemed to emanate from the very structure itself, vibrating deep within their chests. "Incredible engineering," Greaves muttered, his voice hushed, echoing strangely in the immense space. "Beyond anything conceivable," Calder moved deeper. her lantern casting dancing shadows. There are no pillars, no visible supports, she observed, her scientific mind grappling with the impossibility. The geometry, it feels wrong, non-Euclidean, almost. Wren swept his rifle barrel across the darkness, senses on high alert. This silence, apart from the omnipresent hum, was absolute. No scuttling creatures, no dripping water, just the profound stillness of something ancient and dormant. He felt watched, not by eyes, but by the structure itself. As they advanced, guided by Calder's questing light, they began to discern shapes within the gloom. Positioned centrally in the vast chamber, dominating the space, was an object that stole Wren's breath. It was the triangle, or rather a triangle, identical in shape and proportion to the object he had seen over Kansas, but larger, far larger. Easily 200 feet along each edge, it rested silently on the dark floor, its surface the same matte black, absorbing the lantern light. 3 points of faint luminescence pulsed softly at its vertices, mirroring the lights he'd sketched in his notebook. It wasn't resting on landing gear or supports. It seemed to hover fractionally above the floor, held aloft by forces unseen. "The object from your report, Wren," Greaves breathed, awe warring with apprehension. "It's real. It's here." "Not just a craft," Calder whispered, circling the immense shape slowly. "Look." She pointed her lantern towards the floor near the triangle's edge. Faint lines glowed there, tracing complex pathways, converging and diverging like celestial navigation charts, interwoven with the strange glyphs they'd seen outside. "This isn't just a hangar. This is a nexus, a control center." She knelt, examining the glowing lines, her fingers tracing a particularly intricate spiral. These symbols, they speak of cycles, great cycles, and guardians, not gods, but custodians, keepers, her brow furrowed in concentration. There are references to temporal echoes, causal manipulation. It's unlike any language structure I've ever encountered. Wren kept his distance from the colossal triangle, his scout's instincts screaming caution. He scanned the chamber walls. They weren't blank. As his eyes adjusted, he saw that the walls themselves were inscribed with impossibly fine lines, vast, complex patterns that seemed to shift and writhe at the edge of his vision. It was like staring at a map of everything, everywhere, all at once. Suddenly a section of the wall nearby flickered. The smooth black surface dissolved into a momentary image, startlingly clear yet fleeting. Wren saw vast, fern-choked jungles under a swollen alien sun, monstrous reptilian creatures moving through the foliage. Then, just as quickly, the image vanished, returning to inert blackness. "Did you see that?" Wren asked sharply, whirling around. Greaves and Calder looked up, startled. "See what?" Greaves demanded, before Wren could answer. Another section of the wall shimmered. This time it showed a desolate, windswept plain under a sky filled with 2 moons. Strange insectoid beings scuttled across the rust-coloured dust. It lasted only a second. "There," Calder gasped, pointing. "Temporal echoes?" The hum in the chamber deepened, resonating like a vast gong struck somewhere in the mountain's heart. The lights on the triangular craft pulsed brighter, shifting from soft white to an intense cold blue. The glowing lines on the floor flared, illuminating the entire chamber in an eerie lattice of light. "What's happening?" Greaves shouted over the rising thrum. Calder, still kneeling by the glowing lines, cried out, snatching her hand back as if burned. "I touched it! The central spiral!" The air crackled with energy. Wren felt a strange pressure building inside his skull, a dizzying sense of disorientation. The walls around them began to flicker uncontrollably, faster and faster, showing brief, chaotic glimpses of other times, other worlds, Roman legions marching, colossal machines harvesting a barren planet, shimmering cities hanging in nebula-filled skies, primeval oceans teeming with bizarre life. It was like standing inside a broken chronoscope, history and possibility flashing past in a nauseating torrent. "The system," Calder yelled, scrambling back from the glowing glyphs. "We've activated something." The great triangular craft shifted. A low, powerful vibration emanated from it, shaking the very floor beneath their feet. Panels on its dark surface slid open silently, revealing recesses filled with intricate glowing mechanisms unlike anything wrought by human hands. Then a voice spoke. It wasn't sound in the conventional sense. It resonated directly within their minds, ancient, impossibly vast and utterly devoid of emotion. It was the voice of ages, of stars turning and galaxies forming. Recording initiated, subjects detected, temporal integrity compromised, diagnostic, cycle activated. Wren stumbled back, raising his rifle, though he knew it was useless against this. Greaves swore, fumbling with his pistol again. Calder stared, transfixed, muttering, "It's speaking, communicating, but the language." The mental voice continued, cold and precise. Biological signatures, unexpected variant, Homo sapiens. Chronological placement, anomalous. Authorization, query, pending. The walls ceased their chaotic flickering, coalescing into a single stable image that filled their entire field of vision. They were no longer looking at the chamber walls, but through them, into a scene rendered with impossible clarity. They saw Earth, hanging in the blackness of space, but it was subtly wrong. The continents were shaped differently, the ice caps larger, and swarming in orbit like wasps around a nest were dozens, hundreds of the black triangular craft. Contextual display, previous pruning event, cycle 734, target, mammalian apex predator overreach, method, KT impactor redirection, status, successful. Wren stared, horrified, as the image shifted, showing a massive asteroid hurtling towards the planet, nudged fractionally by beams of energy emanating from the triangles. He remembered the fleeting image of the reptilian creatures. Pruning event. KT impactor. "My God," Calder whispered, understanding dawning in her eyes. "The dinosaurs, they didn't just die out. They were removed, culled." The perspective shifted again, zooming into Earth, but this time showing flickering scenes from human history. Pyramids rising, empires falling, culminating in images of the recent war between the states, the battlefield horrors Wren knew too well. Current cycle, 912, species of interest, Homo sapiens, observation phase complete. Assessment, rapid technological advancement, high aggression, potential for uncontrolled expansion, threat index rising. The mental voice paused, a silence more terrifying than the pronouncements. Query are subjects, agents of intervention or symptoms of imminent convergence. The floor beneath them vibrated harder. The air grew thick, heavy, charged with power. The lights on the great triangle pulsed ominously. They hadn't just found an ancient hangar. They had stumbled into the control room of the entities that shaped life on Earth, beings who viewed extinction events as pruning and humanity as merely the latest experiment, an experiment potentially nearing its termination date. They were trapped inside the machine that judged worlds. The mental voice of the custodian echoed not in their ears, but in the core of their beings, a chillingly objective pronouncement that stripped away millennia of human presumption. Humanity wasn't the pinnacle of creation. It was a variable in an equation, a cycle being monitored, measured, and potentially corrected. The images swirling on the chamber walls shifted again, no longer showing the past but flickering possibilities, glimpses of potential futures branching from their present moment in 1882. They saw cities of gleaming metal towers reaching towards skies choked with smog. They saw barren wastelands where ghostly figures huddled around flickering fires. They saw mushroom clouds blooming over terrified populations, the destructive power Wren had only dimly conceived of in artillery barrages magnified 1,000-fold. They saw strange, silver-suited figures stepping through shimmering portals, and other scenes too chaotic, too alien to comprehend. Each flicker was a potential trajectory, a consequence of the rising threat index the custodian had cited. Convergence point. Detected, the mental voice stated, the calm tone making the words even more terrifying. Multiple timeline probabilities collapsing towards critical threshold. Current subject's interference accelerating process. What does it mean? Greaves demanded, his voice tight with fear and ingrained authority. What convergence? The termination of unstable iterations. The culling of disruptive branches, the preservation of the core directive. Earth's biosphere is a cradle. Uncontrolled expansion threatens the integrity of the experiment. Your species exhibits accelerated potential for self-induced extinction and extrasolar contamination. Calder, her initial scientific awe replaced by dawning horror, pushed herself to her feet. Experiment? You've been manipulating our history, the extinctions, the course of evolution. We are custodians. We nurture. We prune. We ensure the continuity of potential within acceptable parameters. Interventions are rare, triggered only by imminent threats to the long-term viability of the planetary cradle or the core directive itself. Your species is approaching such a threshold. The great triangular craft in the centre of the chamber began to emit a low, guttural thrum. Energy visibly crackled around its edges. The very air seemed to warp around it, like heat haze rising from asphalt, but cold, chillingly cold. Wren felt a profound temporal dislocation, a nauseating lurch as if the present moment was becoming unstuck. He saw ghostly after-images of himself and the others flicker at the edges of his vision, echoes of choices not made, paths not taken. He saw a phantom image of red elk standing not outside the sealed entrance, but beside them, chanting in low Lakota, his hands raised towards the craft. "It's fracturing time," Wren gasped, gripping his rifle, the solid weight a small anchor in the dissolving reality. Just like the flashes on the walls. Temporal stress detected. The nexus is active. Subjects are within the event horizon. Event horizon? Calder echoed, her mind racing. It means a point of no return. A boundary. Correct. The boundary beyond which causality is no longer linear from your perspective. You are unanchored. Suddenly the chamber around them dissolved. One moment they stood on the polished floor of the alien hangar. The next they were staggering under a blazing sun surrounded by ferns the size of trees. The air was thick, humid, buzzing with unseen insects. A monstrous, bellowing roar echoed nearby, shaking the ground. Through the foliage, Wren glimpsed the scaled flank and massive clawed foot of a creature straight from the visions on the wall, a dinosaur, terrifyingly real. Greaves fired his pistol wildly, the shot deafeningly loud in the primeval air, startling the creature which crashed away through the undergrowth. Just as quickly the scene shifted. They were ankle-deep in mud, freezing rain lashing down. Men in tattered blue and grey uniforms clawed at each other in a brutal melee. Cannon fire erupted nearby, showering them with earth. Wren recognised the chaos. It was Antietam, the bloody lane. The ghost that haunted his waking hours made terrifyingly solid. He saw men he knew fall, heard screams he remembered. "Make it stop," Greaves yelled, overwhelmed. Another shift. A sterile white corridor stretched before them. Figures, in strange silver suits moved with silent efficiency, ignoring them completely. Through a window they saw a cityscape unlike anything imaginable, vehicles flitting between impossibly tall spires under an artificial sky. Time is fluid. Within the nexus, the custodian's voice resonated, a calm anchor in the temporal storm. Your perception struggles to process non-linear reality. These are echoes, probabilities, moments accessible from this control point. They snapped back to the hangar, the familiar dark walls reassuring despite the terrifying context. They collapsed to the floor, gasping, hearts pounding. "It can send us anywhere. Anywhen," Calder breathed, wiping sweat and temporal residue from her brow. This facility is a node, a means to observe and interact across temporal dimensions. It is how custodianship is maintained. The craft in the centre pulsed again, the blue light intensifying. A decision point is imminent. The convergence requires resolution. Your presence has forced the timeline. One path forward must be selected. Others must be pruned. Selected by whom? Wren demanded, pushing himself up, rifle still ready. By the mechanism, by the directive, or by a new custodian. A section of the floor near the triangle glowed brighter. A complex, multi-layered glyph appeared there, pulsing invitingly. The nexus requires an operator, a sentient biological interface to guide the process, to make judgments within the established parameters. The previous custodian cycle has expired. The implication struck them like a physical blow. It wasn't just judging them, it was offering one of them the power to judge, to prune timelines, to guide humanity's destiny, or perhaps its extinction. "Become like you?" Calder asked, horrified, and yet Wren saw a flicker of intense curiosity, the scholar tempted by ultimate knowledge. To accept the mantle is to transcend linear existence, to serve the core directive, to ensure the continuity of potential. The alternative is system correction. The images on the walls shifted again, this time showing Earth engulfed in fire, oceans boiling away, the planet rendered sterile under the silent watch of the black triangles. System correction. Planetary sterilization. Greaves stared at the glowing glyph, then at the terrifying potential futures, his expression unreadable. Duty? Power? Survival? Wren thought of Red Elk, outside. He thought of the Lakota stories of spirits and gateways, of forces that demanded respect, not control. He thought of the Kansas sky, clear and blue before the impossible shape appeared. The custodian's voice echoed one final time, offering the terrible choice. One must choose to guide, or all will be pruned. The convergence is now. Decide. The humming of the great craft reached a fever pitch. The air crackled. Time itself seemed to hold its breath around them, waiting for a decision that would determine the future, not just of their small expedition, but potentially of all humankind. Wren, Calder and Greaves stood at the precipice, facing an impossible choice within the heart of an ancient alien machine that held the past, present and future of Earth in its unknowable grasp. The event horizon was upon them,